good evening, but it's only afternoon. So welcome to the special meeting of the Juno Beach Town Council, where we will be interviewing and hopefully selecting a new town manager. Please join me and rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Yasmin, do we have any changes to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to start off with our consultant, Mr. Bessinger, who has helped us through this process, and he's going to talk a little bit about the procedure that council will be following and the opportunity for public comments as well.
Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. There we go. I just need to lean into it a little. Colin Benzinger and Associates, and as probably most, if not all the people in the room know, we had a reception for the finalists last night. The council members have met with them one-on-one this morning for about 40 minutes each. And this afternoon is an opportunity for the public to get to see the candidates in a city council meeting type setting, where the council is firing questions at the candidates and they're responding. They'll appear one at a time. And I think Dale here.
He's right.
So let me ask you
Okay,
first,
so
the amount of time that each council member, how many questions should we expect to get through?
I was going to get to that. I'm sorry. It's you've got what, about 30 minutes with each candidate. So you'll probably get to about 2 questions each. Typically in these processes, the mayor will welcome the candidate, give them 2 minutes to talk about themselves briefly in case anyone in the room hasn't been introduced to the candidate, doesn't know their background. And it's a little warm up for the candidate too. And then you can turn to one end of the dais and just let Council Member Cook ask a question, and then Council Member Hasselcorn, and just rotate around. And ideally they'll spend about 3 minutes a question, and you'll get about 10 questions in. And then at the end of the 5 interviews, we'll have an opportunity for the public to speak with public comment. The other thing I would say about these interviews this afternoon is they're scheduled for 30 minutes, but since they're sequential, you can take 35 minutes if you want, or if you're done in 25, you can stop there. And what I would suggest, often what happens is people ask, what question should I ask? And some of you, I'm sure, have brought questions that you didn't ask them this morning. For some of the others, you may want to ask a question that a candidate did particularly well on, or a question they didn't do so well on, so that your colleagues can hear the answer. Having said that, I guess we can get Doc Doherty in here.
Thank you.
I guess I'll give you a time, kind of a 5-minute warning, 5, and then.
Good afternoon.
Hi there.
Hi.
Thank you.
So feel free to introduce yourself again.
All right.
I guess about a 2-minute introduction, and then we'll start with council questions.
Well, I'm Doc Doherty, born and raised in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Grew up in the pharmacy business. My father owned Doherty's Pharmacy growing up. So my brothers, sisters, and I can count to 30 faster than anybody. It's usually pills at a drugstore. From there, I went to grad school for sports management after being in healthcare management, my undergrad, and met my wife on a blind date. A year later, we moved down to South Florida. We were down in Lake Park, 5 miles south here, for about 12 years, 95 to 2007, at which time I decided to leave the workplace and go obtain my MBA from University of Notre Dame. So with 5 babies in tow, we left and tried to start all over again, looking to go more corporate. out of government to be more strategic thinking and such. Market crashes 2008. So I end up going back into government. So I'm a little worse now today than I've ever been on looking at things differently and upside down rather than just, I always say I work for the government, but I'm not a government worker. From there, we moved down to Charlotte area. I was working out of Charleston. We moved over to Macon, Georgia, where I was part of a consolidated government. We started working for the city of Macon. My department was transferred to Bibb County. And within a year after that, we were transferred together as a consolidated government. So literally went through a city, county, and city county now. So to this day, Macon, Bibb County exists in Georgia. It's no longer the city of Macon and such. From there down to Tampa, Florida for about 3 years with the 1.3 million people over there. And in traffic, I saw every single one of them every single day. 1.3 million people. The growth in the traffic was horrendous over there. But that led to going up to Michigan. And I believe I said to one of the council people today, when I applied for the job up there, it was a handwritten application in 2017. And I remember saying to my wife and the kids at this time talking, I can't apply to a place. It's a handwritten application in 2017. And my wife said, well, you like to make changes and do great things. Imagine what you could do to a community when they still have a handwritten application at the time, which was, okay, we can do some fun, great things and look at processes that they've had in place for years and how we can make some changes. So I've been up there. The plan was about 5 years. And every day I heard my children ask me, why are we in Michigan? Because they're all born down here. 1 at Columbia Hospital in West Palm and 4 at Jupiter Hospital, 3 in the same room at Jupiter Hospital. So they're certainly Florida kids, but right now 1 is in Melbourne, just finished graduation Florida Gators in 4 years, master's included with straight A's in computer science. So she reminds me that she says, I'm a nerd, I'm not a dork. So she's great, her career set. Then we have our second one is graduating from Eastern Michigan, ROTC program. She'll be an Army officer in about 3 months. So she's all set to be a quartermaster in the military. The next one is at West Point. He's a junior. They call him a cow. So he'll be a senior next year. His brother is a freshman. They call plebe at West Point. And then our daughter just a couple of weeks ago received her acceptance to West Point after going through the whole nomination process of Congress. So that's the 3 of them. You know, they'll be together at West Point. So that's awesome. Tribute to my wife. We homeschooled the kids all the way through. My wife was a full-time teacher. Actually down here, she was in Riviera Beach. Teaching and decided once the babies were coming, that's it. We're going to homeschool and she's going to raise, the babies instead of teaching in the classroom. And now she's looking to go back into teaching at this point. The kids are out, but tribute to Big Mama. She's done a great job with the kids and preparing them for life as they are. But that's one thing we always talked about in one of them. I think I mentioned in a couple of meetings this morning at the dinner table. We always talked about business and government, what's happening. I've got a discipline issue with an employee. What would my kids do in those situations? And so we raised them to be a little more advanced than I think most kids, but they're more prepared for life. And again, but a tribute to my wife anyway. So 28 years of marriage as of about New Year's Eve.
Hey,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for that. So we'll start with the council questions and Alex,
May I ask a question? Are we going to do 2 questions each then? We'll start and you can ask 2 questions apiece.
I think
we
we
go
should
down the
just rotate down the line once and then rotate down again, because I think that's just an orderly way to do it.
So I'll start with the more in-depth one. So in my discussions with you, you are very hands-on, very involved. I saw your write-ups. They're very impressive. I guess my ask on that is, in dealing with a staff, and particularly a smaller staff, are you comfortable with handing things off? Are you comfortable with allowing some of these jobs going to someone else, knowing that we may need you for bigger things?
Absolutely. I'd rather hand more things off. I do this job 24/7 and sometimes kid around saying, 24 days a month, 7 months a year. No, 24. This is my life, that I get involved in public administration. So a lot of those projects and things I work on are nights, weekends, holidays, away from the workplace. Just because I see the community is missing something. I've worked around the country, different communities. I see where I've seen the best of projects and ideas, and I've seen some of the worst also. So I'm very productive that way, rather than being a manager that comes in and tends to look for staff to do these projects. I don't mind jumping in the middle of them. If I have staff that can help with some of those, certainly, or hand off fully 100%, I'd love to. Unfortunately, in smaller communities, especially when you're looking at Juno Beach, there's not a whole lot of people to hand things off to. And that was part of handing out to you guys some of those projects I worked on, was to say, if my opportunity is to come here, it's not where, coming from larger areas is, well, you just had people do the work for you. No, I did it myself. But a lot of times there's collaboration at some point in any of these projects. So I'm more of a, let the departments run, make sure that in the beginning, this is truly what happens usually. In the beginning, I spend time with each of the department heads, find out what they're doing, why they're doing it, what they did in the past, what they're changing for the future, where are they with it? And usually it's like a top. I call them kind of spinning the top and then stepping away and letting them run with the ball. I certainly would not be a manager that would just come in and just assume for the next 6 months everything's been going great, because there may be some input I can put into the staff. Or in turn, usually the question is, what have you been wanting to do that you haven't been able to do? Is there a change there? And that was heavy when I got up to Michigan, was the opportunity to expand and do some great things. They kind of were shell shocked and kind of hid back. We're going to take chances. I talk about my ethical foundation: be fair, be honest, tell the truth, keep your word, exercise integrity. As then I mentioned, each of you, if you follow those rules, you're never going to get in trouble because you're doing everything for the right way. So here in Juno Beach, we're going to, take some chances on some things. We'll meet with the public and discuss some of these ideas. They're not just going to be out of the dark. But on the other hand, working together as a team is essential. And I think I know from when I was a lower level and department head, when I saw a manager that was engaged and involved, that made me more excited, because they're out there fighting a fight with us and working with us and doing some great things. I've also had managers that, part of the reason why I ended up leaving Tampa to go up to Michigan was I've heard too many public officials tell me, you know what, just take it easy. You're getting paid, right? Huh? We're getting paid? No, I want to do things in my life. I'm not here just to get paid. And that was really the impetus of my saying to my wife, that's it. We're going into city management. I can't have another person above me tell me it's great, we're just getting paid. And actually, when I got over there, one of the top leaders over there actually said, if I were you, I wouldn't do anything for 6 months. I would never ask my staff person, just lucky you're here. Just don't do anything for 6. Heck no. I like a lean organization. That's the way I run it up there. Myself, I don't have a staff person. I don't have an assistant in my position up there, and that helps get more engaged with everything that's going on. But no, we would work collaborative as a team. It's not, certainly I wouldn't want to run with the ball if I don't have to.
Jason.
Mr. Doherty, you had some handout material, what you referred to as a golden book. I think one of them includes your ethical foundation and some other material, a sustainability plan, as well as a strategic plan. It looks like, one of these was sort of tailored to Juno Beach, and the other 3 items are for your current position with Garden City. Have these been successful? What can you give us some examples as far as are these just mailbox stuffers, or what have you, what was the genesis of it, and has it been a success, a failure, or what can you tell us about it?
Thank you. The Golden Book, actually, and the residents haven't seen it, it's basically a short list of all the rules and regulations of the city, whether grass cutting, how many animals you can have, how to get a CO for a house to move into, or if you're selling a house, here's things we look for. I came across that in Lake Park when I was down there. In my position as community affairs, people came to complain to me about they got a code violation and they didn't even know that was the rule. So I said to the manager, best manager I ever had down there, said we need to put a book together. So I created the Golden Book down in Lake Park for the first time. So when I had the opportunity up in Michigan as a city manager, I said, we've got the same situation. We're code violating people and they don't know what the rules are. So in 2019, I composed this book for the first time. 22 is a new edition that you have in front of you there. And that was mailed out to every person's house. And the mayor often during meetings will hold it up and remind people, make sure you look at the Golden Book for the rules, regulations of the city, just make sure you're a good neighbor. The other ones were the first drafts ever written for the city, which is a sustainability plan and a strategic plan. We had nothing before that as the city goes. And my objective there with the council, and I was approved by the council, I believe late last spring, both of those was this is the beginning. This is a foundation of, okay, how do we become more strategic in our operations, but also sustainability. And a big one is green architecture. We're not going to be able to lower the tides as a small town in what we do, but we certainly can look at how we renovate buildings when you start looking at smart air conditioning systems and LED lighting and possibly solar. planting trees, even the fleet. We're looking at the electric vehicles for fleet. I'm not sold on the bigger vehicles yet at this point, and which is more damaging to the environment sometimes between the electric fleets or just straight gas at this point. But looking at different things, looking at everything differently. So that's where the sustainability plan came about. But we're building upon that now. So we expect, I said, every year we should go back and look at these. So we'll be looking at it again by the end of the spring of any changes we made and where we are. And then just to have new additions made. That was the first printout that anybody could ever see before. The other piece was just special towards Juno Beach, 30, 60, 90 days. If I was selected and for this opportunity, it's what would I do when I came here other than just the interview? Here's long-term planning, or at least short-term, long-term planning.
Hello.
Hi.
It's important for our town to have a vision, define our commercial and possibly our residential architectural styles, and to have a strategic plan for our town. What qualities do you feel you will bring to the town to help facilitate those goals?
Mhm.
And I know you were a marketing campaign manager, so I'm not necessarily looking for brochures or materials, but what can you do from an administrative standpoint for our town and giving us direction?
Well, it sounds trite, but I'm one of those win-win people. I don't mind giving up a little bit as long as everybody feels that we won at the table. You can't, in public administration, it's to me, it's all about customer service. Of somebody has an issue, let's work on it and figure it out. I noticed this spring you're supposed to have some of your meetings starting for guidelines, looking at architectural guidelines. I read some information on that. That's going to be a big pickle. That's going to be a lot of work of getting people together, because at any given time, you know, I'm Irish and Irish families, any given time, half the people are on the outs with the other half. When you look at a community, everybody has different opinions and they could be swayed very easily by the last person who talked to them. So to me, that's going to take some marketing talents, not just in brochures or flyers, but the idea of getting together and finding the most common ground possible. I have 5 unions that I deal with in our city up there, 5 different ones, including department heads. Every single employee who works for me is in a union, strangely enough. So I have to understand that there are rules and regulations, but at the same time, I'm trying to move this community forward. So at this point, in dealing with residents and some last night, I heard some issues and concerns. A lot of times it's not necessarily they're all going to agree where we're going, but it's that we're not disagreeable as much as possible. And we can still, you know, slap each other in the back and shake hands and understand we have to go with what is probably the greater good for the community overall. And looking at that, it's communication is the number one thing. So nobody looks and says, well, they put all new guidelines in place. Nobody knew about anything. Of course, as we know, we can't knock on every resident's door and say, here's exactly what we're doing. It's usually the person who wasn't engaged at all at the end that comes back and says, why didn't I know? All we can do is put it out as much as possible. When I have workshops or meetings with community groups, my opinion is always I'm the last person to leave. And it could go on for a long time until that last person gets tired out for the fact it's not, we're going to have an hour meeting and then shoot out of here. I don't know if you need 3 and 4 hour council meetings, but when you're talking about workshops and really getting into the weeds, they should be as long as they need to be. But I think if everybody visually can see what the plan is, everyone can understand long-term what the plan is. And it's not a political quick decision, but it's a long-term sustainability plan for our city and our community. They may not always buy into it, but at least they know we did it the right way. And as I believe some of that mix is the marketing and the flyers, because some of those people never come to the meetings. But transparency and everything we do, of course, that again sounds trite, but that's, to me, it goes back to the ethical foundation. Be fair, be honest, tell the truth. Here it is. There are no secrets. My HR director, who works closest to me, 20 feet from my door, she often says when people say, I don't know enough information, she goes, it's not because of Doc. Doc likes to put it on the wall and tell everybody his plans. You know, there are no secrets in my world, because what are we doing? You know, we're just trying to work, help the public. So I think a lot of it is just everybody having their voice, everybody being able to be heard. And in the end, not everybody's going to get what they want, because there's 1 out of 2 people are going to disagree at any given time. So I think it's the big picture. We can tire it and exhaust it as much as possible. But still, it's got to be a final decision by the council where we're going, because you are the elected board. But staff behind the scenes can also help massage the plans and programs and deal with residents also. Thanks.
So you touched on it a little bit in your opening statement that you did grow up in Pennsylvania. You moved to Florida. We're here, had your babies. You moved around quite a bit.
Yep.
So I know coming back to Florida is what you've always longed for. How do you think your moving around will
Yeah.
help Juno Beach, help you in your job here at Juno Beach?
That was one of the first meetings I had with my cabinet department heads. I call them cabinet. When I got up to Michigan, there were some things I just brought out and said, here's what we're going to do or look to do. And I remember one of them saying, people do that in other places. And I had to explain, everybody does this in other places. You guys just haven't caught up yet with everyone else. That's the diversity. I think is outstanding. I was probably one of those young guys and like many people when we were younger, to say, I could do anything. I mean, if they would just give me the job to be in charge of IBM, I could do this at 19 years old. I couldn't do that at 19 years. But I now see the experience and living around the country and the different cultures of the people. There's a big difference between South Carolina and South Florida when it comes to just the way people live and gods and country and guns and different things. And actually, as a side note, I think that's thankful for my kids that have been able to experience that also, because it's like kids in a sandbox. Everybody's the same until somebody tells you you're different. Well, when the people in New York and California saw the way people live and act in South Carolina, they'd be amazed, because it's just different cultures. And that's from Allentown down south and back up to the Midwest. So I think it's not only seeing good government and seeing bad government. Over the years, I had good managers and had bad managers, and I always try to pull the best. Are we on tape live?
Yes.
Okay. I got to limit some words I say,
Mm.
but come across some employees sometimes who, in my other job that I may have to talk to soon, that I'm hearing that they are kind of, maybe acting similar to the last boss that they had, who they complained about their actions. They may be doing a similar action, and you got to sit down and remind them, what did you miss here? You experienced that, you want to get rid of that trait. Why are you carrying that trait? And I think that's the opportunity I bring also is Juneau's different than everywhere else. To me, there's much more excellence in this community, and it should be expected excellence in the community. And I think I said to one of the council this morning was, you get to the point where it should almost be like Juno Beach. They use scissors to cut the grass. I mean, we don't obviously yet, but we could. But there would be that kind of atmosphere of I've seen the best, and that's why I want to bring excellence to wherever I go, and hopefully that I've learned, myself and grew. And that was part of leaving Lake Park the first time, was to obtain my MBA. The second time I left was to be city manager up in Michigan. So I left Florida for two reasons, and that was to better myself and my skill set. And I think definitely I'd bring that all together in one place.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So what is your favorite technology platform that you use in your city that you would bring here? Something that would increase efficiency? Do you have any particular technology that you love that helps things work really great, either internally for operations or externally public facing?
Probably our technology, it was a lot of paperwork going on up there. Well, for our public works. And we have a lot of water main blowouts up there. There's another term they keep telling me to use and stop calling them water main blowouts. But they have no idea where the last one was. It's on paper. So that was one of the first things when I got there and said, how do we not have a technology here that shows where the last ones were? Because it's old plumbing, and with cold weather, frost and thaw, up and down, these things blow, and it's old faithful shooting, and that's water money. That's as the department used to call it, that's just water loss. I'm like, water loss is cash. We pay for every inch of water that comes out of that. We got to get to them and stop them quickly. And they were having 2 and 3 a day. And it was just a constant, and we still have them up there, but not as many. We've made some changes technology wise, but the idea was we should fix the entire pipe. At one point they said to me that there's a pipe near the high school that's blown out probably 8 times in the last 5-6 years, before I got there. Well, we're replacing some pipes here and there. Why aren't we replacing that pipe? Because school's let out, and we have to keep going back and fixing it. If we replace that whole pipe, we probably got rid of a problem. It was not documented anywhere for that. The barely had a proper list for the regular water lines underground, as far as also the fire hydrants and things. So this group, it's out of Michigan, and they have, of course, their fleet management software. So we know when the cars are being rotated in vehicles, when they're being maintained and all that. All of that has gone from just paper and pen and guesses to go, yeah, it's a vehicle from 1999, but it goes okay. Well, if you spent $10,000 fixing it last year, maybe you should replace the vehicle itself. That I would say it's a Silversmith, I believe the company is called, but it was just a way to take a group that's just used to using paper and pen. And in the budget, we cut out a lot of pencils and ledger paper.
Great.
Technology, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Alex, do you want to circle back with a second question?
So this one's going to be a little different. So now I know, well, first off, I know your kids have been very successful. You know, 3 going to West Point. It's very impressive. And your wife was a teacher, correct?
Yes.
Did she teach public, private?
Public school. Yep.
So I guess, I mean, I'm wondering what drove to do 5 kids homeschool. I mean, that's not easy to do. What was the thought process behind that planning, especially as a teacher in the system?
Yes. She, there was a Time magazine article came out around that same time and talked about it was negative towards homeschooling, just as on a platform here a little bit, because it said the people that are moving to homeschooling are taking away from the school district. You know, either the kids or the parents and this was 1999, 2000. Actually, this wasn't just 10 years ago, 5 years ago. And the idea was that those are the parents that would bring in the cookies. They went on the field trips and did all those things. So these parents, and it was almost like a question for all parents, are you dedicated to taking care of your family, or are you dedicated to taking care of the community? Because which one is more important? Well, my wife with teaching, she was a disciplinarian in the classroom, just like we were with our kids growing up, as we were probably all were when we were younger, getting disciplined. She would send the kids down to the principal's office, and they would come back, the troubled kid come back with little popcorn. And that's the way they settled the kids down. Now, the other kids in the class would also see that. So it didn't take long until a second kid acted up to go get popcorn, and she'd complain to the principal's office, enough with the popcorn. Well, we just like to settle them down and send them back. She's like, don't settle them down, but keep them there. You're ruining it for the rest of the kids. And it was finally enough where she said, the inmates are running the asylum. The leadership at the top is just letting the kids just do what they want to do. And the parents, the teachers were not able to move forward. And then we talked about a city locally. At that time, they got rid of the words like honors and gifted, and they started to use the word deferred success. Well, deferred success is not success, and it's certainly not telling kids they're failing. What are we talking about? Now, again, this is 2000. This is many years ago, not today's woke environment. It was that stuff where enough, she said, we're going to raise our kids separately. And I wasn't a big fan of it at first because I didn't know how it works. And I met a couple homeschooling kids, and I said, what's it like to know what you missed? What a stupid question. Because the kid said, I don't know what we're missing. What do you mean? I'm like, well, I guess you don't know what you're missing if you don't know what you're missing. But I said, just hanging out with friends. And they said, we have friends in the neighborhood. We just go to different schools. One stays home and one goes to school, but they still do sports. And so our kids are Eagle Scouts. Our daughter did the Gold Award for Girl Scouts. They did the Civil Air Patrol. We've done all these community things. They played all kinds of sports, great runners. And so, overall, my brother and sisters somewhat disagreed. Like, we'll see how this works out. And I said, well, we'll see how it works out 22 years later. I'm pretty good. I'm happy to my brothers and sisters. So it is a responsibility, but homeschooling is almost like a thing that people should do anytime. You go to the supermarket, you should be explaining to the kids, how many cans are on the shelf, what's the ingredients on these cans, which one's bigger. And it's a life thing. But benefit is we could move around the country. And the kids weren't missing school. They love the newest museums they're going to go to. Every community had new adventures for our kids to grow up in. So that really has been fortunate for us. It may not be for everybody, because you do have to give up money and income to take care of your kids with homeschooling. It's not something you could just do part-time. And we never put a kid in front of a television. Television turned on when I got home. So they didn't like that. But it was really, at some point you got to decide, are you here to help the community fully, or are you here to make sure your kids are taken care of? And that was a decision we personally made to say, we'll help the community when we can, but our kids need to be first. Now she's gone back to doing a little teaching. It's maybe worse than she's, and I called the superintendent and I'm like, you're ruining my wife, because the future is that she goes back to teaching when the kids are gone, and she's not sure about today's. It's much worse than it was, where parental involvement is not good, in that situation. So, but anyway, I'm sorry, I rambled on.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you. So you You did mention earlier the 30, 60, 90 day and beyond that you gave some thought to how you would approach the position as town manager in Juno Beach. Could you talk to us a little bit about the 90-day plus sort of bigger picture? What are you seeing as the issues?
I'm a person that hits the ground running pretty quick. So even at 30, 60, 90, a lot of that'll probably be in 30. I just had to stretch it out so it looks good on paper. I wanted to stretch out that report. But from there, a lot of the groundwork is laid. My personality and getting along with people and willing to listen to anybody about anything, that stuff, and meeting the community, not just the community, but the surrounding community, our state representatives and the county representatives, to try to fast track things to show some large interest here in Juneau, where we're going for the future. Everything just builds on that first 90 days. So there's nothing specific where I say after that, then we're going to, because by the 90 days, I'm probably in tune with pretty much everything that's happening. I'm a quick learner. And like I said, it's nights, weekends, holidays. I learn things within a week or two pretty quickly. And that's always been my style, is to not have a conversation with someone and constantly ask them what street is that? I usually like to learn that quickly. From there, 90 days is the working period. That's when we say, okay, I've met enough people inside. We've met the outside people. We know what the topics are in the projects. We've got to get moving on whatever's hanging out there. What I find a lot of times when I go to a new organization, and the benefit of moving around and going to different organizations, is I call them gnats, like little gnats flying around. Like, just, you go into a place, building department, when I get up in Michigan, and there's an issue with one of the landlords. And I'm saying to the building department, like, what's the problem? They need a permit or don't need a permit? Like, what do we have? Yeah, we just got to finish the permit for him, but God, he's just such a pain. I said, so are we waiting for something? No, we just haven't given him his paperwork yet, but it's the way he treats us, we're going to make him wait. No, that's one of those gnats flying around. Why do you want the person who dislikes you and argues with you to stand here and argue with you more, when all you got to do is give them the piece of paper and get them out of here? So problem solved. And I tell, actually, in my first orientation, when I talk to the staff, that some of these things, you may have really emotional vested interest, been going on for years about these things. I may come in and say, here we go, done, next. And it's just like, it just falls off the table. Well, it changes the environment drastically, because they've got such this back and forth, but I'm not vested in that. And as I said to a couple of you this morning, coming in new with new eyes, I don't have any history with anybody. I got up to Michigan, and everybody's related. They all seem to know each other. That's like one big tree with no branches. And they all know that. So if they watch this, they know, they agree. But I don't come in with anybody saying, well, you remember 20 years ago when you and I went to the club and you said that? I have no connection to any of that. I'm coming in as a true outsider with new eyes. So when I talk about these gnats in the air, that stuff's got to be gone by that 60, 90 days. And now we can say, okay, what's most important in front of us? Not old relationships or grudges that you had with people. Just move on, man. Let's and treat people fairly. It's part of the ethical foundation. You're not treating them fairly if you're holding grudges. So.
Since you're from outside our wonderful state of Florida, I would assume you don't have a lot of coastal and intercoastal experience, which you can't learn in 60 or 90 days. So how would you answer council members' questions, both current and new council members' questions that they might have?
Oh, I'd find the information as soon as possible. I'm a lifelong learner, and that's part of the moving around. I like to learn as much as my kids do when they go places. I'm not sure how many details are out there. Obviously, there's a lot when it comes to the beach or coastal. I don't remember in Lake Park of us having. I mean, we're on the intracoastal there. I was part of the developing of the park down there, as well as the marina back in 90, 98, 99, 2000. But I would get the information wherever I can, wherever the source is. When it comes to hurricanes, I went through 4 major hurricanes down in Florida. I believe it may be on my list there. If it wasn't, it should be, is meeting with the EOC of the county, just as, and I kind of asked Joey a little bit when we were down around the Turtle area, which, by the way, my kids used to go there also when it was that big. My wife was right away. She's like, the marine place, that's fantastic. It's bigger. But I would get the information that we need as much as possible, and find out how I can help or not hurt. That's the other part of government, is everybody can help as much as possible. Sometimes you got to step back and not hurt. But I listen to you guys, listen to the residents, listen to the executives, the professionals, and then kind of help and develop my own opinion on where we are with it. But I don't have a specific answer for the coastal. What's my favorite color?
Can you give us one example of something you're most proud of in your career that you've that really,
There's a number of different things. There's one thing that I often always go back to was actually Lake Park, the bond issue. In 1998, we ran a bond issue for it was $9.8 million, and the budget at that time was $9 million. And that was a shocker to the people. The residents absolutely said, no, there's no way we're ever going to do this. I was the campaign manager for it, and we had to receive the state's permission because you can't market anything by saying vote yes or vote no. But the state gave us permission that we could use the slogan of vote for Lake Park's future. And that was the concept. Of course, it does imply you're voting for, but it doesn't. It could be vote the future is bad at the same way. And did all the marketing out there to say, here's what these projects are all going to be. And we eventually got, especially the heavy residents involved, were changing from no to maybe. Okay, maybe this is something we can really do. And then it became a yes. In the end, 66% passed. And this was before the booming in Florida, this 98. I mean, things were happening a little bit, but if you go down Park Avenue now with the clock tower, which I just remembered, March 23rd, 2023, we're supposed to unlock a time capsule that I put under the time capsule or under the clock tower. And we said 25 years, no one will be around for that. But it was the marina, it was Kelsey Park down there on US 1. It was the library, it was the fire station on the corner over there at Old Dixie, the big yellow giant fire station. That was all part of the bond issue. And leading that after the passage, the mayor and council, all public, who were announcing that, if it wasn't for me and running that. So that was an early success in my career 20 some years ago now at this point, 25. That I think is probably the biggest achievement. That election night when it passed was tremendous, and the town benefited greatly over the years from that.
Okay, thank you. Colin has given us the time warning here, so I'm going to forego my second question just to keep the meeting moving along. So thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate meeting everyone.
And it's been wonderful meeting you.
It's great. Thank you.
So now we will be bringing in David Dyas. So give everyone a chance to wrap up their notes.
entertain us. Entertain us.
Hi. So welcome.
Thank you.
You can give a brief introduction, couple of minutes. Just tell people again, if they weren't here last night, a little bit about yourself and why you were attracted to apply here at Juno Beach.
Absolutely. Again, my name is David Dyas. I work for the city of Stuart currently. I've been there for 33 years now, and I'm currently the city manager of about 4.5 years there. Previous to that, I came up through the law enforcement side, raised to the rank of police chief before the council asked me to step over to the city manager role. Just want to iterate the fact that a lot of people, when I took the role in Stuart of becoming the city manager, had concern about that crossover and my ability to cross over into the city manager role. And I think if you would ask anyone there, council members or anyone from the city or staff, you would find that I've been very successful in that. I've learned a lot in that arena and believe that my skill set has far expanded. And I often get the comment of, "Are you sure you were with the police department?" Because I don't, I guess, have the persona or personality that most would assume with a police officer or police chief. I was attracted to Juneau because it's a very nice town. It's has a lot of community involvement. It's a town that you as citizens should, I hope, I'm sure you do, cherish and want to keep the community and the small town feel that you have here. In Stewart, we've been inundated recently with development, and it's been very difficult to travel through that path of development, what's right and what's wrong. And I see Juneau as a beautiful place, and a place that attracted me because it's, while it's smaller than what I have in Stewart, the fact that even your vision and mission statement have the word community in both of those. And I think that that's an important aspect that I see a lot of involvement. A lot of people who showed up last night for the meet and greet is not something you see everywhere. And so I think that's something to be respected. And from what I've watched from previous meetings, I feel that the council respects that as well.
Thank you. So we'll start with the questions. Alex?
Sure. So, city of Stewart budget almost 8 times ours.
Yeah.
Okay. Probably staff that dwarfs us. What my question is comfort level coming to such a small community versus operating a city, knowing that you may not have everyone you need for every possible job that exists, whereas the city you would have, a person that does this, person that does that, and you may have to cover more bases. I'm not saying that we wouldn't hire as necessary. I'm just saying you may deal with tighter constraints. And so my question is, how comfortable will you be with that? Can you deal with smaller staff? About it.
Yeah, I have a lot of personal skill set that I bring to the table that I would love to use and utilize rather than upon staff utilizing it. I feel that in my current job, I'm tied a lot to the desk and the office environment. And I'm hoping that with this position, there's some time to actually be out amongst the community and interacting with citizens more. That's where I actually thrive in my career desires. And I feel that whether it's technology or whether it's development or whether it's human resources, I've got a vast skill set that I personally have done in the past and present that I can help bring those skills to the city or to the town and to propel. And again, 270 employees going to 37 employees is not something that scares me because I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty.
Thank you.
Thanks. Dave, what would the staff in Stewart say about you, your management style? What kind of comments would they make?
You make it hard to be humble and sell yourself at the same time. I think the staff at Stewart would I know they're not happy to see me leave if I were to achieve this position, that they do like me. They do like, I like to bring a fun atmosphere to the workplace. I think that fun atmosphere ends up carrying over into their interactions and customer services with the citizens. And so I know that they are going to miss me. I mean, there was a recent strategic planning session that we're getting ready to go into there, where staff was asked certain questions, and I didn't even realize that my HR director picked up on it, that everyone on the ship is paddling in the same direction as the path that I set out for quality of excellence and customer service when I came into the position. And so I do feel that if you called any of them, and I welcome you today, I'll give you some phone numbers if you want, they would say that they enjoy working with me, that they believe that I'm fair, and that they believe that when I set a standard, an ethical standard or a policy standard, that I'm going to stick to it and make sure that they follow it. all the while by maintaining a smile and having happy customer service.
I'm going to ask the same question that I asked before. It's important for our town to have a vision, define our commercial and residential architectural styles, and to have a strategic plan for our town. What qualities would you bring to town to help facilitate that for us?
So a lot of times when you're looking at those type of environments, it's often better to get an outside facilitator to help with some of that interaction with citizens, because a lot of times, staff has a certain view, council has a certain view, and citizens have a certain view. And when you're doing like vision setting or planning sessions, a lot of times it's helpful to bring someone in who that's all that they do, to try to bring the consensus of the groups and the ideas together. There are expensive ones and there are less expensive ones out there that you can use for those facilitations. But ultimately, I think that the council and the community input on those through whether it's a workshop environment or a charrette type environment are important to achieve. And I think if it's going to be, I know you guys are going into some architectural style planning, that it's important to follow that through the implementation of code. And if you don't have the skill set inside, it's not shameful to go to the outside to get the skill set to help write that proper code.
So we honor transparency and communication with our residents and keeping, everyone aware of situations. What do you do at Stewart that you could bring here to help us with transparency?
So pretty much everything we do, we have a social media presence, and pretty much everything we do is on our website, from, agendas to webcasts of meetings, all the way down to, weekly newsletters, which I'm sure you guys probably do here. Most people do, through a communications person to help facilitate that communication. But we also have open public records requests on the website that is tracked from start to finish, and the results are stored and saved so that anyone can see that those have been put out there. Some of our sister organizations actually have our emails online, where citizens can search our emails online. I haven't figured that one out yet, but there are some who are doing that. I come from a world that public record and transparency is a must. So if you don't have that coming from the world that I came from, you're never going to get the community to buy into what you're doing or what you're saying. And so building that trust with the community, building that trust with the council starts with transparency, because if you become any one particular item will change someone's view on you forever. So having that transparency from the start and getting it out there and open, everything's public record. There's nothing to hide. So.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So as far as consensus and consensus building goes, how do you work with your current commission or council to help them break a stalemate in a vote or reach consensus or, further a discussion so that it's more productive?
So I meet with each council member, have standing meetings with each council member, and then obviously they call or come by whenever they want to as well. But those standing meetings are important so that I am understanding where each individual council member is coming from and what their views are on the different arising topics that are coming up, and try to give the pros and cons of each of these arising topics to the council members. And through that, I'm hopefully able to foster an environment of collaboration between the council by the way that the material is projected that comes to you. I think it's important that a manager and each individual council person has a very good working relationship, trying to build the trust, not just between staff and citizens, but between the 5 council members as individual, is paramount to having a successful town.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alex? Further questions?
The other one, I'm going to repeat a question I asked previously, but your style, hands-on with staff, will you be involved in everything, or will you be comfortable with handing off work as necessary?
Definitely not a micromanager. So give direction to whatever the need is, to whatever department director that falls under. The hands-on work is actually if they need assistance with something, or if it's a skill set that they may not have, to pitch in and help work, more or less, not necessarily micromanage. If the item, whatever the particular situation is, isn't getting accomplished, then I may have to step in a little more to make sure that it does.
Jason?
So can you give us an example of a situation where whether it was I assume Stuart, where you might have been directed by council to handle or pursue a course of action that in your experience or in your judgment, you didn't consider it prudent? And how did you handle that situation? And what did you learn from it?
Nothing against the environment. I love the environment, but at one point we went through a stage where we implemented paper straws, and it was very contentious amongst the board themselves on whether or not we were going to do paper straws or not do paper straws. My feel on that is we didn't reach out enough to the business community to have their input heard. And like everything is wonderful until the law is in place. And then when it starts affecting the people who the law affects, then you start getting the backlash from it. And so there was a lot of backlash out of that particular item. Being a 6 square miles in an 80 square mile town, I can go get my slushy at Wawa's on this side of the street and get a plastic straw, and go across the street and get a paper straw. I was trying to evaluate, how practical is that? What difference are we making in that if it's just our little 6 square miles that's doing it and not the whole? That was my personal mental deal, but the commission as a whole felt that it was something that should be done. And so we implemented it and we did the enforcement of it. And, you set your personal feelings aside.
So tell us what personal characteristics that you have that will most benefit our citizens.
Besides being charming, I'm a good communicator. I listen, which is paramount to good communication. I again have very open door, very reachable. I have no issue meeting anyone anywhere to have a discussion about a topic, and it may not go the way that you or a citizen wants, but at least we can engage and have that conversation, and all sides get to be heard with it. I think some other skills that eventually the community will learn about me and appreciate from me is kind of outgoing. I think I put in my thing, I've never met a microphone I didn't like. So I don't have an issue with getting in front of a microphone, speaking with people, doing it's life is not meant to be tumultuous. It's meant to enjoy and have fun. And so your town should be having interactions with their community that makes them enjoy to live here. I mean, that's what government is. We don't sell widgets, we sell our service, and we should be selling it to a point to where the community likes to be here and live here and enjoy interacting with us.
So in Juno Beach, I think I can speak for everyone and say we believe in quality over quantity. So we will have some development within town and redevelopment. We have a strong code, which will be looked at. How would you help us with development to keep it quality versus quantity?
I think it's like you just said, the strong code. So I'd have to evaluate what your land development regulations are. And if they need to be tougher or tightened, then we should bring that before the P&Z and ultimately the council to do that with. every project is different. And so the PUD process is an interesting piece that allows for a negotiation, basically, when someone's asking for variances, so that not just you, but the citizens can have input to get the ultimate product that they desire. It is difficult right now and I don't know what, Carol, how many applications you guys have in for development projects, but it's difficult over the past few years with the number of projects that come through the door and the number of staff you have to actually address those projects to keep up with it, even get your head above water. And that had caused quite a bit of issues for us in Stewart, because it was just one project after another project after another project, and staff having to deal with that, the land planning agency having to deal with that, and then the commission having to deal with that. And so we are now kind of transferring into what's called form-based code to some of our areas. So it's kind of more defined or spelled out, and hopefully at least in those two areas, because they're kind of like pilot projects for us on us, first time us stepping into form-based code, we'll be able to see how that works as it relates to set zoning regulations that are stricter and more defined.
Thank you.
So that you were a police chief before, would you ever want to go back to being a police chief?
Ooh.
Or do you see yourself moving forward as a manager?
I see myself moving forward as a manager. I mean, you always have it like in your blood. It's something I've wanted to done all my life or whatever. But in today's time, my age, the two don't necessarily kind of marry up together, sort of a deal. But it's always something I'll miss. And it's something that, like, I don't know what it is with law enforcement, including myself. You never want to give up your certificate. You work so hard to get that certificate, you don't want to give it up. And so that's one of the things. I mean, I'm still a reserve officer there. So it's hard to get it out of you once you retire. I mean, a lot of cops have a hard time retiring because of it.
And so I guess this is a two-part question. So how would you see your relationship with our police chief, and how would you interact with them? Is there anything unique in that relationship, having come from the background that you have?
I've known Brian for a long time, and he's a good, you guys have a really good chief. I think that your agency is when I was talking to different people about applying here, the first thing that they said to me was, "Oh, that's a speed trap." I was like, "Really? I didn't know that." So I think that you guys, they're out a lot. Just the few times I've come down here for this meeting, there's been.
Did you get pulled over?
I didn't get pulled over. I did run a stop sign. So I think you have a good law enforcement agency. I think they're going through accreditation.
We just finished. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they probably run themselves very well. And honestly, like when that was like a concern with our police department in Stewart was, oh, he was police chief, he's going to be all in there. I don't have time to be all in there. Actually, he calls me more than I wish he would. So yeah, it's.
Okay. Thank you. Colin, how are we doing on time? Okay. Are there any further questions?
Okay, either I haven't said enough, or the last guy was really long-winded.
Is there anything that you would like us to know? You can give us your pitch.
My pitch?
Anything else? Why you would make the perfect town manager for Juno Beach?
I don't know if there is any such thing as perfect, but I do think that similar to Joe, who has been here his entire adult life, I believe. He has an affinity for this place, and he loves this place. He's not going too far. I'm sure he's going to give whoever the manager is his cell phone number. And I have that same situation in Stewart. And so I think it's a very interesting dynamic of turn of events that has happened with Joe, and now is happening with me if I were to be picked for this position. My wife's brothers, we visited every year in Wisconsin, live on Pelican Lake. And then my son's name is Keegan, not Kagan, but it's close enough. So it's got to be destiny. So I know my wife and I, we have 5 kids, and our youngest is in the 11th grade. And so hopefully we'll be empty nesters sometime soon, and be able to venture that next part of our lives. And not that I'm looking to slow down. I'm not looking for a retirement gig. I'm looking for a new career home where I can retire from someday. So
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Anybody have any other questions? Maybe should I use up one more thing since we have some extra time? I was noticing, I looked on the Stewart website and I saw something about the FDOT project where you're getting a transportation alternatives grant from the TPA for, it says, for the Dixie Highway Streetscape
Mhm.
project. Here we're looking at doing a complete streets project. We're moving forward, it seems, with that on US 1. What's your experience working with TPA and agencies on that type of
I mean, it's
thing?
it's been very productive
Yeah.
for us on those. We've done a few streetscape projects. This one in particular is going to be mostly the funding we're getting from that is mostly on the sidewalk side, and our community redevelopment agency is paying for the other infrastructure that'll be going into that particular neighborhood. Some areas that we're doing one in our downtown. We're undergrounding power lines in our downtown. I think you guys know it's very expensive, but we're venturing into that right now. Working with the MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization, and getting those grants, whether they're TAP grants, is vital. It's not an easy task. They make you jump through a lot of hoops. If you got to get certified, you have to have 6 different positions to manage the grants. And so there's a lot of commitment. I don't know how it is around here, but we're able to contract with another organization to do it for us.
Right,
And-
like Treasure Coast Planning. or
Yeah.
something.
We actually do it. The county is stopping doing it for us now, but for years we paid the county the administrative fee. They did all that administrative and class taking and all that stuff to manage it. And so we paid them to do it for us, but now they're stopping that. And we're finding it's very difficult for us to get certified ourselves because the number of people it takes.
Okay, thank you. Sure. No, you can go ahead.
There's just one other question. How would you build a strong relationship with our staff if you were hired?
So I think, everyone wants change and everyone's scared of change. So I think you have to come into an organization, learn the organizational culture, over time, build a relationship with them. Do not come in here and change stuff immediately. That will tear down your relationship building with your staff. So come in and build those relationships over 3, 6, 9 months while you're learning the organizational culture. And then I like to have fun. I like staff to have fun, like I've said before. And I think that that type of stuff will build those relationships. I have very good relationships now where I'm at, and I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be the same here, unless people just don't like goatees.
All right.
Not willing to shave it.
I'll shave it, whatever. My wife might not like it, but
I think our time is, Colin, is that time? I see the other candidate waiting out there. So thank you so much.
appreciate it.
So now we have Mr. Jason Eisenbeiss. Hi. So if you would just spend a couple of minutes, introduce yourself to the crowd and give us a little introduction, and then we'll start with the questions.
Well, thank you for having me. It's been an honor. It's really just been fun. It's been an experience, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's been a learning experience. You have a great little town, and so I really enjoyed this process. My name is Jason Eisenbeiss. I'm from Crystal City, Missouri, which is a little town of about 5,000 people south of St. Louis. We have a similar size community with as far as employees, as far as the budget, as far as growth and things like that. So got into this by accident. I ran for city council back in 2000. So I've sat 13 years in y'all's seat. Then I went back to lost my job at Chrysler. They closed the plant. I had a choice to move to Michigan or go back to school. I decided to go back to school. Got my bachelor's degree in human resource management, my MBA with an emphasis in public administration. And so for the last 12 years, I've sat in a city manager's position. So this opportunity came available, looked very attractive. It is very similar to Crystal City. I'm not a job hopper, as I've told you all. I don't have no other, don't have my resume out anywhere else. In that transition period in life where the kids are about to be an empty nester, this is a good time for me to make a potential change. I believe I've set Crystal City up for a bright future. We have a lot of growth coming in the next couple of years with we landed a factory last year that's going to bring a lot of jobs and growth to town, redevelopment of the mall. So I think after 10 years in that spot, the age I'm getting to be, it's a good point in my career and my life, professionally and personally, to take a look and see if anything else is out there for me.
Thank you. So Alex, would you get us started?
Sure. So you actually come with a unique background here in that you have been both the council person and the manager. So I'm wondering how you, I'm wondering your feelings on both positions, the differences, and how you can deal with the council by bringing forward that council background and as being the manager over that period. So your perspective is unique in that we don't see somebody who has been both the board telling the manager what to do and then the manager doing the work. So.
Right. Yeah, it is a unique perspective, and I think it is very valuable because I do know what I expected as a city council person. I knew what I expected of staff. I knew what the citizens expected. And then now vice versa, I know kind of what you guys expect in this role and so on. I also know what the public expects out of both sides. So as I've alluded to earlier, I think that background gives me a diverse, set of skills that, to keep you all informed, what I expected and how I wanted to be informed when I was a council person, and then what you guys expect from me and how to be informed. And I know we all have tough decisions. You're up there making decisions that hopefully you think is right for this community. And that's what you were elected to do. And I always took the position that when I went home at night, I made the best decision I possibly could as a council person. And I voted the way I thought I should have did, should have voted, that was best for my community. And I didn't always make friends that way. But I was elected to make that decision. And if somebody wanted that position or that elected seat next time it came open, have at it, because nobody's up here trying to get rich. We're trying to do what's best for the community. And that transitions into this seat just as well. I think, I'm only as successful as you guys. You guys are only as successful as me and the team. The staff here seems to be awesome. So I think that's how that works together.
Yes.
So with the coming from Crystal City, Missouri, and now looking at Juno Beach, Florida, what do you see as the biggest challenges or the biggest issues that we have here in Juno Beach?
Well, I watched a couple meetings, so there is some controversy on some issues right now that we all talked about this morning. I think every town goes through a season of that. I go through a season of a change of elected officials, hot topic controversies, and sometimes you got to step back, take a deep breath, and start again. I know the entertainment situation out here was a very controversial topic. I watched some of those videos, and sometimes you just got to start again. All right, let's take a pause. Obviously, this is a little bit controversy. Let's back off. Let's regroup and see what we can do to start again. We still might not be able to make everybody happy, and you're never going to make everybody happy. But I think, I think sometimes you have to do things like that. Does that answer your question? Or
Yes.
I'm going to ask you the question about being out from outside Florida. And I'd assume you don't have any coastal or intercoastal experience.
I do not.
So if a a current council member or future council members were to come to you or candidates, how would you approach it? How would you answer their questions?
Oh, I'd have to educate myself. Obviously, the biggest part of the first 6 months to a year here would be educating myself on policies, zoning, your comprehensive plan, none of your budget, all that thing, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to have to spend time with the city attorney, with each one of you, with residents, with civic clubs, with other city managers from around Juno Beach to bring me up to speed on some of those things. But I that's just part of the learning process to get up to speed. Your town charter isn't, there's not a lot to it, meaning it's not overwhelming. Your budget doesn't seem to be too terribly overwhelming, very financially secure. So there's a lot of learning that'll come with apparently almost anybody that's one of the top 5 candidates. So it's part of getting to know the community, meeting with all the various boards you have and yourself, and learning. We're always learning.
Thank you.
What's one success that you can tie into that would translate to here? One success you've had that would translate to coming here to Juno Beach? Small town.
Yeah. I think the one success that I talked about earlier is we were very successful last year in landing a Fortune 500 company that's going to put $1 billion investment in Crystal City. Now I know that's not the kind of growth and things that you're looking for here, but it was a challenge. It was a challenge that we were transparent about. We were open about. The public was invited to a lot of meetings. We still have a lot of work to do on it. But Crystal City was founded as a factory town. And for the 1992, they closed and left, and they took almost 5,000 jobs with it. This new company 30 years later will bring almost 500 good paying jobs in the average of $70,000 to $80,000 a year to the community. So it's a big win. And I think the transparency, the good, we weren't looking just for any organization, any company to come. We partner well with these guys. So I think that's a challenge. I know there's some growth coming there on the northwest corner, I think. So that's coming. That's going to be a challenge. That's probably going to be controversial because with that growth will come more growth probably across the street. So it's just open and transparent. Talk to people, work through things, make sure you're following your master plan, your codes, and go down that road. So I think that last year that I had to work through that, there was a lot of 6 a.m. phone calls, 12 o'clock at night phone calls, weekend work. It was a lot. And I think it taught me a lot. So.
Thank you.
So would you tell us a little bit about the way you communicate with the public, whether you use newsletters or social media, and if there's pros and cons to the different formats of communication that you use?
So we basically use social media. We have a website, obviously, like everybody. We push out on social media, which I am in charge of. We are a small organization, so it's more informative. I don't answer responses to Facebook because you can never win. I don't have time. We have a electronic marquee board out front that we put a lot of information on. The mayor, I have a new mayor, so he is starting a newsletter. And uniquely, there's an area called the Quad Cities. It's Festus, Crystal City, Herky, and Peebly. So every other week, the 4 administrators get on the radio. We have a weekly radio show, talk about what's going on in town, get together after the radio show and have coffee, work through, talk about things going on in each other's community. So I think it is important to involve the community and try to be as transparent and open as you can. City Hall is always open. My door is always open.
Do you do a newsletter to your residents?
We do not right now.
Okay.
No, we did start a new water bill platform. So we have a city spotlight section on the water bill. It's spotlighted, City Hall is closed for President's Day, no trash pickup, whatever the case is.
Information.
So, yeah, it's an information thing. So we're fortunate that we can stuff flyers or newsletters in the water bill. And that's kind of what I asked. If you guys send your bill out separately because you don't handle that, that's one good way to communicate because everybody's got to get their water bill. So.
Okay. Thank you. Alex?
Yeah, so we'll kind of go back a little bit to the town and council, the manager and council thing. What was greatest challenge either as council member or city manager, And looking back on it, would you handle it differently?
So the biggest challenge, I think, was when I was a council person. We had an opportunity to bring a lead smelting facility to the community. It was, again, we have industrial property. We were a factory town, so we had an opportunity to bring a lead smelting facility, lean, green facility. You can't build things that the EPA isn't on you. Like, you just can't do those type of things. So going through that process, it was a lot of property negotiations, and those things were done in closed sessions. And things just kind of got twisted. Things got out of bounds. People started running with untruths. And so we weren't able to control the narrative, and it ended up just being, it's a split lifelong friendship still to this day. So a new slate of candidates ran for city council. I lost all their term was pro smelter, anti-smelter. So the whole slate got wiped out. But at the end of the day, I always did my research. I always met with the people that didn't want it and the people that did want it. Did my research, talked to the city attorney, the Missouri Municipal League, whoever I thought had the information I needed, and brought it back to the people. And I voted how I thought I should vote, what was best for the community. So I ended up getting voted out over that deal. About 3 or 4 months later, we have 8 council people and a mayor in Crystal City. So about 3 or 4 months later, one of the council people said, "I can't do this anymore." Raised my hand, jumped right back in, got reappointed to the council. So when the fire's hot, I don't mind staying in the kitchen. Answer your question.
So my next question's on in terms of the staff, the culture, how would you describe your management style? How would you describe how you build relationships with your staff?
Thank you. We're all only as good as the team. I'm only as good as you guys. You guys are only as good as us. Us being those guys. I'm nothing without the staff. I rely heavily on the staff. I want to be a part of every problem, but I want them to bring me solutions. I'm not always right. Their ideas and things that they work on every day are probably a lot better than mine sometimes. So I think just being a part of a team, really, I may be at the top, but the newest member of the team could have the best idea. So I think it's the team approach really is the best way to look at that.
Thank you.
Have you sat at the table for contract negotiations, bargaining table for
I have.
contract negotiations? And if so, can you tell us about your experience and what you learned from it?
So I've been union my whole life. My family's been whole union. Is that what you're talking about? The union contract? That kind of, okay. So we have one union, a laborers union for our public works directors. And every year I am the sole city representative on that. It's usually me and the 2 shop stewards. We're fortunate in the fact that they trust me because I do come from a union background. So one of the reasons they only keep the union is if I leave, if I was to ever leave. So I'm fair, I'm firm. If we have money, we've given it to them, and we haven't had money, we've tried to give them other benefits, time off, more vacation days, more holidays. So I think contract negotiations are not an issue. I would do that every year, actually, when I get back and we start that process. We're going through our budget right now.
Speaking of budget, I know we already touched on this, but our Matt is leaving as well, our CFO. So that's something that you will need to do fairly soon in your tenure here if you were to be hired. So how would you go about finding a replacement for Matt?
Well, that's tough. I think I would obviously spend some time with staff, Matt in particularly, and see if there's anybody inside the organization that be willing to take on that role. Hiring people right now is extremely difficult. They want pay, they want to work from home. So it's I think I don't know the kind of employment status in Florida in this area as it is right now, but I'm sure there's fully qualified candidates, or is it something that we reach out to Colin for and say, hey, we need a recruiter for this position? But I think start internally and see where that leads you.
So technology question, is there a technology platform you love for efficiency that you would want to see implemented here? Not that you've reviewed all of our technology, but there's something technological or some efficiency program that you like that you would take with you? Some
Not
best
particularly, not as
or
far as technology. I think we do
other
it.
best practices?
Yeah, we do some text blasting on, where if you sign up for a water bill, you can get a text blast. We do reverse 911, which is emergency situations. So basically they call and, bad weather's coming, or, there's a boil water advisory on a certain road. So there's a lot of, everybody has phones on their hip all the time. So I think technology is, and texting, everybody wants to text. Nobody wants to talk. I hate talking on the phone. I like to, rather text somebody than talk. But I think text messaging, I think your social media platforms are good for information. Don't start getting in fights with people on them. And just having an open door policy to come in and get the information you're looking for. I'll sit down and talk with anybody.
And anything, let's say in your building department or permitting or anything, do you have any?
Well, I just got a new building
efficiencies
and
in
code
there? Yeah.
inspector, so he's going through all our processes. Yeah, obviously, I think we can, my last building official, he was good at what he did in plan review. He wasn't so much good at being efficient. So this, my new building and code, it's inspector is going through all our processes. So I think we need to be easier. We think we need to be more friendly. I think we need to be more transparent. And I think we need to sit down and work through the issues. If anybody has one, we're here to work with you, not against you. And I think that's important for people to feel comfortable that they can come to City Hall, whatever department it is, and have a conversation. Can't always help you. Not always going to make you happy, but I'll listen to you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from council?
I have one. Can you define the character of our community and from what you have seen since you've been here, and then tell us what you would like it to look like in 25 years?
Oh, yeah. Say the best for last, right? The character is charming, small. It is very much like Crystal City, except we don't have an ocean and it gets cold in Crystal City. But it's small. Everybody knows everybody. A lot of people walk, ride their bikes and jog in Crystal City. About 4 months out of the year, we can't. I would like to have more community events. I think it's outstanding that you use this space for food trucks and the mayor's coffee. And I would like to see more of that in where I'm at if I don't come here. I've actually got a lot of ideas from here if it doesn't work out for me. So I'm stealing some of your stuff, but nothing that I can be arrested on. But no, I think it's charming. It's very safe. It's very friendly, other than the person that, kind of yelled at me in the stop walk. I just got here, it was raining, whatever. So I think it's safe. The challenges, I think, are you're going to see growth. It's going to change. It has over the last 70 years. But I think it's, again, follow your master plan, your codes, update those frequently. Continue to go with quality, not quantity. And I think you'll be just fine. This is a great little neat community. It's so different from anywhere else that I've been to in Florida, which is mostly in the Daytona area.
So you just mentioned the master plan. We don't have one. Does your city have a master plan?
We do. And a master plan kind of dictates your growth. So if you have a master plan in place, somebody wants to come and put a 12-story condo or whatever. If it doesn't fit your master plan, then it doesn't work. You have substance behind why you're denying that. And I think your attorney may or may not agree, but I think that can be used in court that doesn't fit our master plan.
Yeah.
So it's just another reason that you got denied, or we're not gonna do that project.
And how did you lead that? Were you part of the creation, or was that in existence
So-
when you started there?
Well, no, I was on the council when we redid that in 2012. Prior to that, it was probably 30 years before when that, we dusted off the shelf and blew the dust off and we started again. We did hire an outside consultant to do that because, we're here for an hour or two a month. It was not something that we should do, but staff was very involved. So I think it is an important tool, a roadmap to where the town is now and where the town wants to go in the future. It's a very important document to have because we have used it on occasions when somebody wanted to come build something and it doesn't fit our master plan. So that's an important tool to have.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Very
Thank
nice to
you.
meet you.
Going to just take a few minutes break. Anybody? It's 2:30. We'll reconvene at 2:35. Okay, the time is 2:45 and we're going to resume with the interviewing of the town manager candidates. The next candidate on our list is Matthew Garside. Oh, thought he was here. Okay. Colin, I have a question in the meantime. If when we finish interviewing each of the applicants, if we wanted to circle back for any reason and ask any additional questions, is there any protocol or format that we should be aware of? Let's say that, we're going to have the public comments, supposing the public asks something and then we then want to bring a candidate back in to address a question, or how would we do that?
We've actually told them they can stop their interviews.
Say that again?
Sorry?
I didn't hear you.
We've actually told them that they can leave after their interview, so
Okay.
we'd have to call them on the telephone. That'd be the only way at this point.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Garside.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
So if you would just give us a short introduction and tell us why you love Juno Beach and why you'd be a great manager here. And then we'll go to some questions.
Okay, well, I'm happy to be here and I'm happy so many people are here today with us. I'm a seasoned executive with 20+ years experience leading and managing commercial and government organizations. I got my start, graduated from Massachusetts Maritime Academy and got my first job after college as a mate on an oil field supply boat in the Gulf of Mexico. Great experience. And then I joined the Navy, served on a number of ships, several of them as chief engineer, continued my career there. Was a fellow at the Security Studies program at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and earned a master's in public administration from Harvard University, Kennedy School of Government. I met my lovely wife during a port visit to Australia. And later in my career, as my experience and skill set grew, I was placed in command of a few units, finishing up my time in the Navy as chief of staff of the Navy group that managed all logistics from the international date line to the Persian Gulf. After retiring from the Navy, I was chief executive officer and board director for a oil and gas firm that operated seismic research vessels. Then I took a little time off to take care of my elderly parents during their last years, which brought me back to the States and to my present position as the Poland town manager. And there I've got some relevant experience that I think will help meet the challenges and capitalize on the opportunities that you folks are looking at today. I've improved our infrastructure and facilities. I've extended a sewer line, extended a water line to some low-income residents that whose well went bad. We've rebuilt and repaved over 20 miles of roads. We're expanding our library, constructing an adjacent municipal park, and are about to make some very substantial improvements to our transfer station. And most of that work is paid for with grant money and donations. There are some things like our paving that's part of our annual budget, but we really strive to make a dollar go a long way. And I think that's the right thing to do for taxpayers. I'm active in various government organizations that give the town a bigger voice in affairs. I am on the Maine Municipal Association Legislative Policy Committee. I'm on the Lewiston Auburn Economic Growth Council. I'm on the Executive Council of the Androscoggin Valley Council of Governments and am the Vice President of the Maine Waste to Energy Executive Council. And that's important for the town because that's where we send all of our trash. The town's part owner of that facility. And I found during my time professional life, particularly as town manager, that I've achieved my greatest success by building consensus and getting people to come with me on the road to the final destination rather than doing it on my own. let's see. So I think.
That's good.
Okay,
It's fine.
I'll stop talking. for a
Yeah,
sec.
no, thank you. So we'll get started with the questions. Alex?
Yeah, so this one, by the way, this is question is not based just on city management. If it goes back into your naval career or anything like that,
Mhm.
be great because you have a lot of executive experience. So that's kind of what I'm looking for in this. So your greatest challenge and would you handle it differently backward looking?
All right, I would say my greatest challenge came when I was in the Navy actually at the very end of my naval career, when I was chief of staff for the logistics group in Singapore. My boss was fired. He was a Navy admiral, and that doesn't happen very often. And it was unfair. I thought that he was let go, but I was placed in temporary command of our task force. And okay, I can do that for the short period of time it would take for a replacement to come in. However, about a week later, there was a tsunami that hit Northeast Japan. If you might recall that, it was quite devastating. And my group's job was to provide the afloat logistics to all our naval assets that were going up there to help. We were also responsible for moving all the disaster relief supplies and all the other material up there. And the team really excelled. It was interesting that we're watching CNN and we can see the tsunami rolling ashore and these news clips, and the guys that run our ship scheduling come bursting into my office with a chart. And they lay it down on the table and go, "Hey boss, we need to move our ships here, here, and here. We need to do these 3 things." Bam, we did that, and we had things going in the right direction from the start. Complicating that challenge was the Fukushima power plant. You might remember that nuclear power plant had a meltdown and was emitting a lot of fallout. And we didn't know that it happened. The US government didn't know. The Japanese didn't tell us. We found out because one of our aircraft carriers was operating off the coast, and they have a sensor with a loud alarm that goes off when it senses this sort of material. So it went off, and they looked around. They thought it was them. It wasn't. They eventually ascertained that it was from a helicopter coming in from the beach, and then we figured out it was the power plant. Well, unfortunately for us, our most capable ship that supplied all these other ships with, fuel, food, and that sort of business went right through the fallout cloud, and so was contaminated. We had to figure out what to do, and so that required us to work with the union. The ship had unionized mariners on board, and talked to them very candidly about what was going on, and gain their support to continue operating the ship, which they did to their great credit. And we kept that ship online until we had some other ships able to get up in that area, and then we had to decontaminate it. And that was interesting too, because you don't just call service master and say, "Hey, we've got a problem." So we had to sort that one out. But most of that was the meat and potatoes of what we did every day. And the fact that we were able to react so quickly is because there was a lot of talented people there. But concurrently with that, there were 2 other things. One was a very serious sexual harassment case against a naval officer made by a number of local national women. And what this officer was doing was plying them with alcohol and then soliciting sexual favors, and said, okay. So I appointed somebody to investigate and get the facts of the matter, which came to light. We reviewed them. I brought this person in. We had a formal discussion and ended up terminating this officer. And that was not an easy thing to do. I still believe it's the right thing to do, but it was a very small, tight-knit community in Singapore, and we felt the effects of that for a long time afterward. And the last thing that we faced was teenagers smoking marijuana, which is, not a big deal for a lot of people here in the States, but unfortunately, Singapore has some very stringent drug laws. And so this is a serious thing. We found out about it because our Naval Criminal Investigative Service first was alerted to this, so the local Singapore government did not know. So they investigated, they found the person that was selling this stuff and all that business. They found out who was involved, and then it was a question of what to do. If we alerted the Singapore government to this, these young children, they were high school seniors, all of them, within a couple months of graduation, would have to face the consequences of their actions in Singapore, which for this particular offense would have been a maximum of 18 months in prison. And possession of in Singapore does not mean that they find it in a bag. They take a blood test. So they're not fooling around. So I thought about what to do. Further compounding the issue was there was a national election, and one of the prominent issues was the disparate treatment of foreigners under the law, meaning expatriates got a lighter sentence, were treated differently than the locals. So we were not confident that these kids would be let off. So I went and talked to our ambassador, who was a great guy, and I've kept him informed the whole way, but we had a couple of heart-to-heart discussions there. And after the last one, we didn't have a resolution, but on the way back to our naval base at the north end of the island, I decided that I was gonna get every one of those kids out of the country, and then I was gonna tell the Singapore government about it. And so on the way back, I had the parents assembled in a conference room and told them the bad news, a lot of weeping and sadness. And I felt like the sheriff in high noon, you get till Friday morning, get your kids out of town, which they did. Then we told the local Singapore government, and worked out. But, that was, I guess you could say that a challenging time, but my takeaway from that sort of thing is, when you're in a challenging situation, you should have already had the relationships. My relationship with the ambassador, for example, was critical to making the right call with those young kids. You've got to have experience and judgment, which really helped me out in that sexual harassment case. I mean, this officer's kids played with my son. And then for the logistics challenge with moving all that material to not only resupply our naval forces, but get some much needed supplies to the Japanese ashore, is you've got to be competent at your regular job. You can't be learning the ropes when things go bad, and you got to have good people on the team, which I was very fortunate to have.
Great, thank you. Jason, yeah. go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. You mentioned in your sort of opening points how much emphasis and how important you thought it was to have both communication and engagement with the public. Can you give us at least 2 or 3 concrete examples of how you've done that in Poland, and how that's worked out, either positive, negative, or at least what steps you've taken personally?
Sure. Yeah, I think it's really important to answer questions and be in front of residents, so that they not only see you at the town council here, but perhaps out in town at an event, anywhere, so you're not just some face on a camera. Some things that I've done that I thought were really helped me be more effective and open up the lines of communication with residents is when we've had something that's going to be a little bit controversial or spend a lot of money. For example, we've got a group together to look at that issue. A good example is we're expanding our library. This building was built in 1963. It's had no meaningful work done on it since then. And we knew that we had to do something. So we took a poll. We asked residents, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to expand it? Do you want to refresh it? The answer was yes. Okay. We put aside some money that we thought would be appropriate to handle that challenge. Didn't spend it or, make it a point of no return. It was money that we could we could go get a bond. We could go take money out of a trust fund to pay for these things. We got it voted on at town meeting. And then we got some a wide spectrum of interested parties together to form a working group. And it was a working group. It wasn't, let's sit around and chat. We worked pretty hard from April till mid-August, weekly, reviewing, we start off, let's define the requirements. What criteria do we want? What are wants and needs? Then we, with the help of our architect, we went through a number of iterations, plan A through I. And during that process, we kept other residents informed. We had displays of what the design might look like. We briefed our select board several times so that they understood what we were thinking, where we were going, and just as importantly, allowed residents to see what that process was. When we had our group discussions, we had it in the library so that any library patrons that were coming through to check out a book or participate in a program, if they saw us, they were welcome to jump in and give us their thoughts. And I think that's important too. You've got to take a measured approach and listen to what people have to say for these projects so you can get the buy-in, so that at the end of it, you're not standing there all by yourself. You've got a consensus of what this thing's going to look like, how much you're going to spend, and when it's going to be built. And so that was an example of, I think, a good way to build consensus and communicate to folks. Two other ones, you asked for three. One is at our select board meetings, I brief finances. And for me, I have a line item budget, which I'm sure we do here, but I have that as part of our meeting packet, and I go through that line by line, not every single line, but where there's a significant expense or something's changed, or maybe we are above the glide slope on expenses, spending a little bit more than we are through the fiscal year. Say, hey, look, we did that because that expense occurs at this time. Give folks some understanding of what's going on with the budget and where their money is going. And that did a couple of things. One, it gave people confidence that we were good stewards of taxpayer funds, which is important. The other thing it did was give the select board, we have a select board manager, form of government, confidence that we were doing the right thing, so that we came with other recommendations of here's how we would like to approach this particular challenge. We had a lot more gravitas with the board and with residents. Say, okay, these people know what they're talking about, and we're able to move forward on several issues like that. Let's see, the last one is I answer questions and I talk to residents. Folks come into the office with a question. They want to talk to me. The answer is always yes, unless I'm talking to somebody else. I would much rather do that and sit down and answer a question or concern than have that fester and, people go, nobody's listening to me. It's a simple question. Why can't I understand why this particular thing is the way it is? If you come in and you want to talk to me, it's got to be the most important thing in your life at that point in time. So that's great. The other thing it does is lets me form a personal relationship with residents. I enjoy that. It's one of the great things about working in a small town. But those are three ways that I've hopefully ensured transparency and communication in Poland.
With a new town manager coming on board, I would expect that they would bring new ideas and energy. Can you give us an idea of how you meet those requirements?
New ideas? Boy, I don't know if I have any. No, just kidding. Well, I think if you're the new guy in any organization, the last thing you want to do is come in and say, I've got a lot of great ideas, without first getting your feet on the ground, listening to what people have to say, and getting an understanding of what the culture is and how you can best contribute. I've been very fortunate over the past couple of days to meet a lot of the municipal staff who have been just fantastic. And I think if there were some easy things to do, perhaps they would have already done it. If there are things that they have not done, maybe there's a reason, but we'll get to that. And doesn't mean that I don't have new ideas. I really was kidding. But I think that's the way to start in that on that road.
So how would you stay connected to us council members? What's your mode of communication with your current council members?
Communicating with the council.
Mhm.
Well, obviously formally during council meetings, but and I do that in my current position. But the other thing I'll do is I'll talk to them individually in the interval between meetings, and that's not a formally scheduled thing. What I really find quite helpful actually is for people to stop by if they're in the office. You know, you come in to do business or you just happen to be in the area. If you have a few minutes, you know, hey, Matt, you got a minute? That's gold. Because what that lets me do is talk in more detail to a council member, or in my case now, a select board member, about an issue that we may be talking about at the next select board meeting, or something that's out there in the community, and give them a little more data, allow them to ask questions that they may not want to ask on camera, and be a little bit more candid, so that when they get to that next meeting, they're a lot more informed. The other thing it lets me do is test drive some ideas that I have. If I want to, good example is we're building a municipal park, and so we want to see what the appetite was for that sort of project. And I started with members of the select board that would come by the office, had a chat with them, say, this is what we want to do. These are the initial steps we're going to take. And then I would form a working group to work up a design, and then go down the road from there. And we try to pay for the entire thing with grant and donated labor and materials. Okay. So it's a different conversation when I go to a select board meeting, when all of them have been pre-briefed on that. They understand more of the rationale behind it and have had a chance to think about whether they really think it's a good idea or not. You know, and sometimes they might say no, but that's a much more informed board member when I have a chance to speak to them privately in a one-on-one session.
So I looked at your city's website and I was very impressed. I like that you had a citizen action center on the homepage.
Mhm.
There were some things that I thought were very interesting. You had a biweekly revenue report and an biweekly, it looks like expense report. I said,
Mhm.
wow, I've never seen it put out biweekly. So.
Well, that's part of the financial update I give our select board.
Yeah.
And we worked pretty hard on our website to include things that we thought would be helpful to residents. You know, Maine's a little different than Florida in the kind of things that your local town office does. For example, you register vehicles there, register dogs, snowmobiles, ATVs, and all that kind of stuff. You can get obviously building permits and that sort of stuff. We moved as much as we possibly could online and made the website user-friendly to a smartphone, so that if you're a contractor, for example, and you want to get an electrical permit, you can sit in your truck on the job site and fill that out, and that goes in, and then you continue work. Or if you're a resident that lives out of state and you want to put a new deck on your house, you can do that from home. When you get up there, you can get things going. It also lets people do things remotely, like re-register their vehicle, which is really helpful for our elderly residents. I don't know if you know, but Maine's the oldest state in the union. And so we have our fair share of seniors there, and we're glad to have them. But trying to make things easier and more effective for them has been something we've focused on, and that's one of them. The other thing we do is we've got a GIS map on our webpage. It's top right in that Citizen Action Center. And that's a wonderful tool for people to use that are maybe you're going to relocate to the town. If you're a realtor, you want to know a little bit more about surrounding properties. We've got overlays that show where the aquifers are, what the zoning is, where three-phase power, all that sort of stuff. And it's a really useful tool. And we're happy to make that available for residents.
Thank you. It was impressive. So, Alex, other
Yeah,
questions?
actually going along with that. So I got to see your comprehensive plan on there, which appeared to be put together by a volunteer group of citizens, intriguing in amongst itself. Your part in that with the citizens, and how did you get the citizens to actually put this together? And, you know, staff, yourself, your involvement.
So we required to update our comprehensive plan every 10 years. And we were a little overdue, so we had to get that done. We hired a professional consultant to do the data mining for us. There's a lot of data in that, transportation data, demographic data, and they were going to populate it, that section of the comprehensive plan, and they did a great job. The other part that's the really where the real meat and potatoes of that is the rest of it, the vision, what you want the town to look like, where you want it to go. And so we formed a citizen group of people from various backgrounds, various committees, interested residents. Would we have at least one select board member, if I remember correctly? And but we kept it to a manageable size. I think we had maybe 7 or 9 people. And so I led that group, really facilitated it. And over the course of a year, we met monthly, and we attacked a different section of this plan and updated it. And as more data came in, we updated that section. We had a number of opportunities for the public to participate. And we provided updates to the select board of where we were along the way with, and ultimately finishing this project in enough time to get it to our town meeting where residents had to vote to accept it, which they did. But that was a good, was a long project, but a good one. I thought we had great input from, you know, a wide array of residents, and we had a good product.
Thank you. Jason?
Matt, how would your staff in Poland describe your strengths and your weaknesses as a manager?
Well, I think they would say, well, I would say, no, I don't think they would say these things. I know they would say them. And the reason I know that is every year I get evaluated by the select board. And concurrent with that, I ask all my direct reports to evaluate me. And I find that to be very helpful. Because lets us focus on things that, hey, maybe I'm not communicating with them enough, whatever it might be, but they are able to tell me, hey, these are some things that you're doing well, so we keep doing those things. But they would say that I'm approachable, fair, supportive, that I listen, and will help them solve problems. That's, as the manager, that's one of the things that I think I'm supposed to do, is get things out of their way so that they can do their job.
I'm going to ask a question I asked previously. Can you define the character of our community based on what you've seen, and then tell us what you would like it to look like in 25 years?
What I would like Juneau to look like in 25 years? Well, I'll tell you, and my answer is informed by many of the good people here today, because I spoke to a lot of you last night, and of course the council, is that, you know, hopefully maybe more modern cars, that sort of thing, but not much else changes other than, you know, maybe a new house is built consistent with our zoning and building codes. What I'm hearing, and which is a lot like Poland, where I am right now, is that people like the small town flavor and atmosphere. And that's why people come here. They're not coming here to drive down a main street with neon lights and, you know, be able to go to Home Depot and that sort of thing. There's other places to go and do that are pretty close. So I would say that in 25 years, I'd like to see a lot of the good things that are here right now here. The land that is set aside for ecological reasons, still set aside and not having been encroached on, and maybe protected a little more as we understand more of how, as a municipality, you can contribute to that area's longevity and success.
Touched on so much. Actually, go ahead, Dee Dee.
Okay. How do you facilitate your council or your select board reaching consensus if there's stalemates or disagreements? How involved are you with that process?
We haven't had,
And
we've had some,
yeah, I know you touched on it a little, but
well, we have 5 select board members and we've had some 3-2 votes. But even then, it's not a bad thing to have a 3-2 vote. Just because you're on the losing side of an issue doesn't mean that, you're a bad person or your idea is wrong. It's other people felt differently. And these folks are really quite good in that regard. But I think my role in that is to help them better understand the issue at hand. And I can do that during a council meeting, although I think that's the method of last resort. I think that the more effective way to do that is to talk to people beforehand, particularly if we're talking about an issue that we can go look at. For example, we have a dam in town, several of them actually, and there were some issues about maintenance and repair. And so in groups of no more than 2, I would go down there and we'd take a look at it and say, this is what we're talking about. Here's the problem. You see that right there? That's the thing that's broken. That's we need to fix. Okay, they get it, and it doesn't mean they agree with my recommended solution, but when you get to the time to vote, they're able to offer a much more informed vote than they otherwise would have. And I think that is really how I contribute to that.
okay, thank you. Elaine, do you have any other?
Touched on a lot.
Okay.
And I don't want him to be repetitive because it's just been very informative. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any further questions from council?
Yeah, I could ask one. If you accept the position, how long do you expect to stay?
Hopefully a long time. This is, as I said in some of the material that I sent, this is not this is a place we want to be. My wife and I have been emailing back and forth frequently these past couple of days. She's absolutely jumping out of her skin with excitement, and hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more of each other in the future. But this is where we want to be. I've got a son who's finishing up his university. I don't know if some of you have been involved with this Florida prepaid college thing, but we signed up for that a few years ago, and I want to use it. I want to use it here in Florida. But this is a wonderful place to live, wonderful place to put down some roots and be part of the community.
Okay, thanks. Alex, did you have something else? No.
I mean,
Okay.
have too much else. The only thing I could throw out there is having lived up in the Northeast for so long, if you were to take the job, come down here, I realize it's a bit of a change, but your comfort level with becoming a resident of Juneau, and I realize that's a tall ask.
I think to be really effective, I'd have to live as close as possible, hopefully in town. I know that's going to be a bit of a challenge because there's, it's an expensive place to be, but I would hope to be able to do that. That would be our ultimate goal is to be part of the community. The other thing, a little bit selfishly, I don't want to have a long commute. I'd rather be here, when things happen, I want to be able to either walk down or get in the car and have a short drive, be part of whatever it's going to be, whether it's an arts festival or to come down here and help with managing some hurricane response, that sort of thing.
Okay. All right. I thank you. I think I got the 30-minute note here. So
30 minutes. Okay.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I forgot to tell you, I want the job.
Oh, okay.
You, Matt.
The oldest population.
It's actually.
Florida, just by this.
It's surprising. Yeah. It seems so my family had houses in Goose River. And it always. Blanket.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Curbison. Welcome.
Thank you.
So
for
if
having
you
me.
would, please tell us a little bit about yourself and why you would be a great manager for the town of Juno Beach.
Okay, well, first I'd like to start by thanking you for allowing me to interview and for the opportunity to spend more time in Juno Beach. I think I would be a great manager because I love the community. I hate to use the word love because I'm sure you've heard it over and over and over, but I have a place close to here. So I spend a lot of time when we're down in Juno Beach. The community is awesome, and that's why I applied to be the manager. I think I'd be a good fit because I have a lot of experience in public management, budgeting. I run a very smooth operation to get along great with the employees. I have an awesome relationship with the unions. I've been doing this for 30 years. I've retired effective March 31st at my job in Michigan. And I'd really look forward to working here.
Thank you. Okay, so for questions, Alex, get us started.
Sure. So this one's very straightforward. How would you deal with town council should they make a decision that you believe is completely wrong or not, in what you think is the best interest? How would you deal with a situation like that?
Well, I think the first thing to do is to understand the decision, assess it, and then act appropriately. So, because of the way the process works in Florida, I would meet with each individual council person and then be able to draw out maybe where I had the misunderstanding or the things that I would like to inform the council about to try and change their position on the item. Then if it was warranted, we could discuss a workshop, or I would know that I had things completely wrong from the beginning and we should stick with the council's decision.
Okay, Jason.
Yes, thank you. Gail, what do you see as the biggest challenges that we face here in Juno Beach at the moment?
Well, Councilman, probably the biggest thing you face, in my opinion, is the desire for people to be in Juno Beach. There's demand from builders, there's demand from people that would like to move into the community. There's probably demand to access the edges of town and try to skirt the rules and not get their place in town without being the best corporate or individual citizen. So you would have to very much stick to and adhere to the zoning and regulations of the community, continually police that. As city manager, I do that now. I'm always involved in building projects, visiting the sites, going through the site plan during the process, and then of course keeping the council up to date on those things. But that, I think the desire of people to access the community is probably one of your biggest issues.
To what extent do you believe contact with citizens and citizen groups is important? And how do you typically handle this responsibility? And how do you build relationships within the community?
That's a great question. Lots of parts. Councilman, the first thing I like to do is introduce myself to all the different groups, visit them, maybe attend one of their meetings, get a feel for what they're trying to do, what they're looking to do, how they want to affect the community. I would keep in contact with them, of course, then I would have someone to develop a contact within the group. But I like to be involved in things. So in my past, I've attended all of the events in town. I haven't joined any, over the years, I never joined a particular club or organization because I didn't want anyone to be able to say that if anything came up, I was showing favoritism to the club I was involved with. But I try to volunteer with many of them and be involved with a lot of them. Did that answer all 3 points of your question?
Building relationships within the community. So
Oh,
you're just
so,
going to meet with.
Definitely visiting, being present in the community during events is an important part. But one of the things I talk about this, it has expanded my interaction with the community is our presence on the internet, email, the city's website. We have someone that handles my communication with social media, so we can reach out to the citizens, talk to them, and expand the back and forth between the city and the individuals. They can do it from home. They don't have to attend a meeting. They can do it any time of the day. And that way we hear from them on a regular basis. So if something comes up, there's an issue that shows up in the community, I would reach out to the person or people involved, try to sit down with them, look at the problem, be it a physical or a appearance, some sort of thing like that, and then work with them to try and solve the problem. If there's a reason it has to exist, I can explain it to them. Staff would get involved in trying to solve the problem, but you would build a relationship by communicating with them, following up with them, and following through with their individual concerns.
Can you give us one event or situation in your career that has given you the biggest satisfaction and why?
An event or
Situation?
well, there's been some nice events over the years. It was something that I thought was awesome for the community. We recruited a large solar project. It ended up being on city property. It was the first one of its kind in Michigan. And we not only did we have a one-of-a-kind project that was near $1 billion investment in the city, but we leased the land to them. So it provided the community a consistent cash flow for at least 60 years towards maintaining budget stability, keeping taxes down, that sort of thing. So that's
Thank you.
So does your city have a master plan or a strategic plan? And if it does, were you part of creating that?
Yes, we do have a master plan. It is something that we review on a 5-year basis. Or if something in particular comes up, a review of it can be initiated. I've been involved in 4 master plan reviews, at least at the city of Lapeer. And our master plan looks out at least 10, 15 years to where we want to see individual parcels of property, to tracts of land, what we'd like to see there, how we'd like to see it develop. We advertise our results to the neighboring communities, so they get input on it. One public meeting about it, then we take it to because that's done by the Planning Commission in Michigan, and then we bring it back to the City Commission for their review. They can hold as many review sessions on it as they'd like. If there's a topic in particular, we try to address it in great detail, and then the council adopts the master plan for the next 5 years.
Okay, good. Thank you. Alex?
Yeah, so I'm gonna give you what would basically be the alternate question to Elaine's, which is the more digging one. So what was your greatest challenge, and looking back, would you do it differently?
Well, I wrote in my bio about an issue that appeared, that came before me many years ago, closing in on 15 years ago. The city had the opportunity to get involved in a new water supply versus the old water supply. It'd be a completely different company, a brand new system. We had to, of course, look at the finances of that. I spent a lot of time focusing on the finances, the impact to the community, how it would save the citizens money, save the city money. But more than that, it would be a reliable new source where our old source was already 55 to 60 years old. I could not convince our commission to switch. And I know now, looking back at it, it was 100% a loyalty issue. They wanted to be loyal to the group that had worked with them for the last 50 years or more. They didn't care about the numbers. They were more concerned about the relationship and the interaction with those people and the history than the business plan. It's all I was really focusing on. So I should have done a completely different style presentation. We did it, and in the end, I'm sure that's why I failed in convincing them to switch to the new source. And then recently we had a state of emergency, a bit of a disaster with the old source. So, but again, that was one of my, when I think about a failure on the job, that was definitely one that I think of.
Okay, Jason.
So Dale, can you give us some examples of how you would sort of your integrate with a staff that's here and fairly established? How do you see the challenges or the opportunities as far as that goes?
I think it'll be a great opportunity to assess their skills, where things are as far as the city goes, what things are missing, what things could be expanded upon if the current staff have the space or the desire to expand their roles or shift their roles. It seems like you have a very dedicated, knowledgeable staff. I would enjoy getting to know them, spend quite a bit of time with them. The finance director, I know he's retiring in 10 months. I would expect to be able to spend at least a couple of weeks, if not up to a month, with the retiring city manager or town manager. And I believe I could easily, I want to sit in the police chief's office for 2 or 3 hours, ride around town, hear about not only his career here, but the path and where he sees things going. The director of public works, same situation. He goes see his facilities, learn about what they have, where I might see some failures or weaknesses. And I'm really interested to interact with the neighboring communities and see how those relationships either can be improved or, keep them going as they are. Thank you.
How well do you accept criticism? And if you can give me an example of where an elected official actually suggested something that could improve your performance, and then how did you respond to that and what did you do?
I have a perfect example. I'm always willing to learn, expand, try new things. I had received criticism a few reviews ago that I didn't have good communication skills. So they wanted me to improve my communication skills. I looked up a great communication class. Crucial Communications is the name of the overall arching course. I ended up taking the advanced communications class, learned a few things, brought it back to the commission, talked about the items I learned, and then we moved forward from there. They were happy with the results, so they complimented me on the final step. Once I got back and gave them a report about the class, everyone can learn something. So, yeah, I'm happy to accept criticism.
So we definitely want quality over quantity. Like change is inevitable. We want quality over quantity in Juno Beach. How can you help us maintain our quality and charm and
Well, that is exactly, I think, the goal of the job. And when I'm learned, that's the goal of the council. There are some things that I see that I would like to explore on trying to help solidify the zoning, the regulations, the planning for the community so that you can, in fact, stand behind your rules and regulations, get a good review with the city attorney and see where we can tighten loose ends. And I really think that some of that can be learned from some of your neighbors, learning where they've had pitfalls or where they've had issues with planning, wanting to enforce certain regulations that became an issue. They lost a lawsuit over those type of things. I'd like to learn soon so I could help expand the community's zoning regulations and planning regulations to control that.
Okay. So a couple of years ago, you said you got a condo in Singer Island.
Yes.
What drew you to Singer Island?
Oh, that's kind of an interesting story. Right after college, my college roommate and his wife purchased a timeshare on Singer Island. And over years, we came down together as college buddies. We came down as husband and wife with our wives. We brought my children down. We spent year after, not every year, but a lot of years coming down and visiting Singer Island. Then I bought a timeshare and then another one so that we would have the ability to come down when we wanted through different seasons. We've learned that we like the summer here as well as we like the winter here. So that led us to starting to look for somewhere we wanted to spend the latter part of the winters when we retire. We knew we wanted to be here, so we bought a place on Singer Island. I'm not going to retire for at least 8 to 10 more years. My wife is at least 7 or 8 years. So we want to be able to continue to work. We bought the place so we could, at the time of retirement, have it in the pocket ready to go. And then this opportunity came up, which kind of makes it even easier to get to this region. So.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any further questions? Anything else you'd like to
That
add?
was fast.
I know. How much time do we have, Colin? You're watching the 5? Okay. Oh, you forgot to stop. Is there anything else you'd like to address? You received questions and comments last night, I suppose, during the cocktail hour. Was there anything that struck you that you'd like to talk about? Any common themes?
Sure. Since it's the public side of the meetings, one of the things that I spoke to many of you about was a recent new hire for the city of Lapeer. It's something I learned through observing that much of the interaction that occurs in families these days is through Facebook and on social media. We have a very active website, but we had kind of stagnant social media sites for the fire department, for the police department. So in an effort to improve communication with the community, I went out, advertised, and ended up hiring a public information officer. That person, on behalf of the city, regularly posts on 5 different social medias, and she maintains our website. All kinds of things happening in the city. Everything from a 9/11 remembrance event to, we're street sweeping, retirees, all kinds of things end up going out through that social media site. It's a 30-second read by the person that receives it, but it saves tons of paperwork, copying things into the internet. Anyway, the bottom line is it has become a huge success. People love our social media site. Those people, our citizens and neighbors, have become some of our biggest advocates through social media. So, if somebody comes out and complains or says something negative about snow plowing, which you guys won't be doing anytime soon, the citizens pile on. We don't even have to respond. So all our stuff is factual. It's all current happening. There's so many ways to set up posts down the line, just all kinds of things that I didn't have any experience with. It has been an amazing addition to the staff and maybe something that the town of Juno Beach could really benefit from. So let's see, what else did I hear last night? That Charlie's and Chrissy, our favorite waitress, just loves the town and
Okay.
is happy that I'm applying. That's pretty much the type of things that it was a good discussion in the crowd, I think, last night.
Yeah.
I was happy to be at the reception.
Thank you so much. I think we're good, right? Thank you. Thank
Thank
you. So, Colin, were there any suggestions in the suggestion box or comment box last night? That's it?
Okay.
Okay, so we'll move to the comments from the public. So Diana Davis.
Diana Davis, 440 Sunset Way. All the candidates were very qualified. Dale Doherty, but is the applicant who I believe is the best qualified for the town manager. He's had many years of experience in Florida and in different areas of the government. He seems to understand continuous quality improvement and will hold the organization and his staff to high standards with meaningful success measures. He has a doer style of management instead of a consultant style. And I believe that he'll perform risk analysis on issues before council and work with our diverse members of council to reach appropriate solutions. Because he's held numerous positions with government, he appears to have the skill sets to do the works of his direct reports so he can hold them to a higher standard. And it seems that his success in Michigan is in part to the implementation of innovative methods to increase community involvement. I particularly applauded his stance against retail medical marijuana as not right for the town to implement, even though it was with the risk of litigation, and there seemed to be a lot of litigation that followed after the town council and town manager had made that decision. I have the decisional criteria that I used, looking at their application information, and then the brief discussions from last night. I did get a lot more information from the panel discussion, but financial acumen, fiscally conservative, highest personal ethics, experience in municipal government, experience in Florida government, management skills for continuous quality improvement, community engagement, public safety, traffic, environmental preservation, long-term strategic planning, focus on development that will increase the quality of life in town, ability to preserve what's unique about Juno Beach, takes responsibility for bad decisions, educational and management style. So I was also impressed with Matthew Garside. His naval experience and Harvard degree is very impressive, as is his citizen group work on the comp plan. And it has very extensive environmental preservation requirements in their comp plan. So I got that off of the website. I would urge town council in making this decision to have a cooling off period and not rush to a decision. I think after interviewing all the candidates and getting this additional information from the information that was provided by the consultant, that it's important to go back and look at the town's websites and evaluate the applicants' responses in light of information that can be verified. It's a very important decision. And the candidates have big shoes to fill with Joe. So I don't envy them having to come in after a town manager who is well liked and had several successes. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments?
Michael Clargen Arcanada, 70 Celestial Way.
Celestial Way, Michael Clargen, Canada. Founder of the Juno Beach Ecology Group, proud member of the Union of Concerned Scientists, Science for a Healthy Planet and a Safer World. I want to disagree with our fellow member in the Juno Beach Ecology Group. I think that by far the most qualified candidate is Mr. Garside, Matthew Garside. I think his massive experience in the US Navy, in the chief of staff with the rank of captain, handling 9 billion budgets and supplying material, logistics, resources to about 50 ships in the Western Pacific. Mind-boggling. The amount of experience, the amount of overall qualifications, of proven qualifications. And then his particular ability to lead a group of vessels from the US when the major disaster of Fukushima happened. It had been a holocaust of mental proportions. His quick decisions to send people to help Japan, in my opinion, saved the tremendous problem that they had in Fukushima that could have melted down. With the help that the Japanese received from the US, they were able to avoid that. But he was one of the main members doing that. I mean, it's awesome. Then that he was able to bring that set of qualifications and bring in the account in Poland in May, be able to do what he did with the master plan, the CDP, and preparing involving citizens. Gentleman managed that, demonstrated that he did that in Poland Express. Also, the implication for saving the natural environment. And there is over 2,000 acres of natural land that needs to be preserved and maintained and protected. And he did it there successfully, and we need to do it here too, as well. So I have, from the moment that I met this gentleman, it's not a gentleman of many words. It's a man of few words. I am a man of few words. And I felt that he has the tremendous ability, the integrity, the capacity to do wonderful. I fully endorse Garside as.
Thank you, Michael. Any other comments?
Don Grasso, 410 South Juno Lane, to all. Do you believe department heads should report monthly to council? Example, code number of permits and revenues generated.
So he's asking a question. He's not.
Yes.
Okay.
And I have another one from Beverly Gibble. What will you do to engage residents who are often seasonal, working, or simply apathetic / uninformed about their rights and obligations to speak up or forever hold their peace? And how will you oppose developers that seek to encroach on our town's natural areas and older buildings to increase density?
Is that all?
That's all.
Okay, thank you. Sure, Marianne. Just state your name and address.
Marian Hoster, 500 Ocean Drive. I listened to all these presentations, and I would like to ask you a question. In case of a hurricane or a tsunami, whom would you like to be your town manager? Whom would you trust the most? Or if some of your French children got into trouble, whom would you like to solve the problem? So I feel very comfortable with this gentleman.
Which one? Which one?
Mr. Matt Garside.
Okay.
Remember, he talked about the tsunami. He talked about the children or smoking marijuana. He talked about these things, and I would really trust him as being a manager of problems and a problem solver.
Thank you. Are there
was-
any other members of the public who would like to make a suggestion or Aldo?
There, Lago Drive. I'd like to agree with Diana on Doc as being a selection for this position. A few things that stuck into my mind was, he says, just because there is an opening, I do not fill it with merely anyone. He's hired, fired, promoted, suspended, terminated, seasonal and contract workers. Council appears to have the town's best interest as a whole. It seems that some divide, so he recognizes us, could be alleviated with more discussions with each council member before an item makes it on. There's a number of things in his background that I think point to a person who will come in and be very dynamic. And he was obviously, I thought, one of the better interviews here. I know people thought he rambled a bit, but we were all interested, and he took our time up. Others seem to lack that kind of vitality. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional comments? Lou, did you want to? No, microphone, please. And just state your name and address.
First of all, my name is Lou Fernandez, 1492 Villa Juno Drive North. I'd like to take a moment and thank you all. It has been a extensive day and a half for you, representing us tremendously with your questions and how appreciative we are of your hard work and diligence in this process. You have a formidable task ahead of you. So I wish you all the very best in your discussions. One comment I wanted to make is that, and I spoke to you briefly to some of you concerning the Stewart City lawsuit that's pending against 3M. That's gaining traction, is getting very, very active. It is a huge lawsuit. Reuters News has characterized it as perhaps one of the fourth or fifth biggest environmental lawsuits in the history of the nation. My concern is and Mr. Diaz, how much involvement he would have in potentially being deposed and how much of his time would be impacted during this process and his availability as he starts a new job here. Perhaps there's no conflict whatsoever. Perhaps he's not committed in any way, but perhaps it's something we might want to explore as to see how much of his time could potentially be impacted as he steps into this new job in this community.
Okay. Thank you. Additional comments from the public?
Ann Cuman, 410 North Lyra Circle.
And Keelman, 410 North Lyra Circle. I'm usually on Zoom, so this is the first time I'm actually taking the opportunity to speak. I was not impressed last night with Mr. Doherty's performance, especially when he jumped up and stood in front of Matt Garside. I found that extremely disrespectful. I think he was trying to be funny, but my gut tells me that he's a fast talker. He's long-winded. I just don't appreciate that disrespectful behavior. What I do respect is and admire is the calm maturity and experience of Matt Garside and his sound judgment and his ability to build relationships. I was very impressed that he actually asks his staff for regular performance reviews. Very impressed with Poland, Michigan's website. I really did like the fact that he involves volunteers in working groups. Hopefully something that we can implement here in Juno Beach. I heard expressions like he's a steward of taxpayer funds. I believe he's a good listener, doesn't jump to conclusions, involves all stakeholders, and is very collaborative and attempts to build consensus. So for that reason, I support Matt Garside.
Thank you and welcome to your first meeting in person. So no further comments?
Not that I received.
So Colin, did you want to say a few words? And also, Len, would you be interested in addressing anything you might know about if there's a lawsuit? What a manager's duty would be? I mean, if he's subpoenaed to give an opinion or.
Yeah, I don't know his involvement, and I mean, it's about the firefighting foam and water contamination. It's a big environmental lawsuit, but I don't know what his particular involvement or if it even predated when he was manager. I don't know when. So it depends. You know, we'd have to get more facts.
Okay, Colin?
There was a cell phone on the dais when I stood up, so I don't know if it belongs to anybody that's here or.
Somebody missing a phone?
It's a nice phone.
Yours? Yeah.
There's a couple things to do at this point. It's been suggested you take a break and make a decision, or if you're comfortable making a decision right now, you could do it now. You might want to take 5 minutes, relax for a second, and then come back. The process we use when we're making a decision is we ask each council member to rank, not to rank, but to give us their top 2 choices, not ranking them, just check marks on a ballot. Then we'll find out who has the most votes, and often what happens, and judging from the comments, there may be a couple of people that stand out in your minds, and then we can have discussion if you like, or you can proceed to a second vote. It's really your call at this point.
Okay. Council discussion, how would we like to move forward? Alex, do you have thoughts on, are you ready to choose, or would you like some time?
I mean, it's kind of a yes answer. Okay, so yes, I am ready to choose, but yes, I would like an evening to think about things. I feel like sometimes, you know, I after some thought and stuff, I might change. I don't think I will, but I think I have a solid answer for you tomorrow morning.
Okay. Jason?
I'm fine proceeding in any manner. I'm fine taking a few minutes break to sort of gather my thoughts along the lines that Alex noted. I don't know that I necessarily need to take an evening. I'd be ready in 5-10 minutes, but other than that, I guess I would open it to. Should we just have a brief discussion of each of the candidates, or do we do the straw poll? What makes?
Or do we just complete the sheets?
We like to start with a straw poll simply because there may well be consensus on a couple of candidates. And that way you don't spend a lot of time talking about the candidates you didn't care about or care for particularly, which is helpful if the newspaper happens to be sitting here and, you know, the stuff gets on the internet. But there's no point in focusing on the negative. Let's focus on the positive, you know, if you're ready to proceed.
But
Peggy,
I would see going forward that way.
So
What
I
are your
think just
thoughts?
taking a small break and then coming
Mhm.
back.
Okay, Elaine?
I'm in favor of a small break and then, putting a couple check marks, 3 check marks on the form and
So
focus on the positive.
how much of a recess is 15 minutes ample? Is that fine?
More than ample.
Okay, so we reconvene at 4:15. So.
Really? Oh. No, you gotta mix it in. You gotta mix the back with it. I know, but you have to mix it a little bit.
Okay, so it's 4:17 and we're going to reconvene the meeting to select a mayor, select the manager of the town of Juno Beach. Colin, do you have any thoughts on guiding us through this? We just not rank them, just check them. And would you remind us all, you're saying straw poll. How is that different than just marking a
Well,
box here?
It helps you get a direction, not designed to be the final ballot or anything like that. It's just to really see where you all are. Are you focused on one candidate, on two candidates, or are you all over the block? Which I don't think will happen, but it did happen in one of my councils once.
Can we pick three?
If you need to, yes. Yeah. You can't, yeah, I mean, you can pick one or you can pick three, but we prefer two.
I'm not seeing their name on there. They have to.
It is.
It is, okay, I didn't see it. I don't have my glasses. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they have to check on the
Okay,
bottom.
thank you.
Do you think, should we stay consistent? We either pick two or we pick three? I guess it's gonna give. We're not all kind of consistent with picking three. It's gonna change things a bit.
Suggest two. And it's really your call. If the council wants to say, just pick two, then
Alex, what did you say, Alex?
I think two is the way to go.
Okay.
because it forces a natural weed out. I mean,
Okay.
factoring numbers in, you're multiplying the factors of roles we have to go through.
Thanks. All right, so does somebody have the theme to Jeopardy? You want to play that?
the ballots.
I think everybody has them.
Yes, everybody's.
Yeah.
Make sure you check your name. He's got a tab.
Or about the computer. Councilmember Cook picked Dale. And he picked at Garside.
Which Dale, yeah.
Doc,
Oh,
I'm
Doc.
sorry. Doc Doherty and Matt Garside. I apologize. Let's see. Vice Mayor, let's find the vice. There we go. The vice mayor picked Doc. And the Doc Doherty, so I don't mess it up again, and Matt Garside. Oops. Trying to record this at the same time. And let's see. The mayor. Let's see. Okay, the mayor picked David Dyas and at Garside. And Councilman Hasselcorn picked Doc Doherty and David Dyas. And council member or Vice Mayor Pro Tem Wheeler picked Doc and David Dyas. So yeah, 4 for Doc Doherty and 3 each for David Dyas and Matt Garside. So what I would normally do at this point is suggest we do a runoff between Garside and Dyas. And then bring the winner of that back and put it in this in with Doc and then see who comes out with the most votes. Or you can have this discussion first. You may want to do that.
Because we need it to be unanimous, you're saying?
No, it doesn't need to be unanimous. What I would suggest is it could easily be a 3-2 vote. And what I would suggest, though, that once you're done with a 3-2 vote, that the council make a motion of unanimous support, simply meaning that you all will support whoever the selection is, whether you voted for them or not. A candidate wants to know that he, in this case, he has the full support of the council when he takes the job. And everybody understands that you spent 40 minutes with them in the morning and you've seen them. So you haven't spent a lot of time. You don't know them very well. So you're really, and a lot of time on the paperwork, you're really expressing a preference. It's not like you have a vested interest typically in somebody in particular. So whatever your choice is now. Let's have a runoff.
Well, I think we should talk openly. I think we should,
Okay.
give our reasons why someone chose Matt Garside and David Dyas. So I don't mind starting if you guys want me to, or do you want to start with Alex?
We could start with Alex. We'll
Start off.
sure, yeah.
I have ultimately I have pros and cons with everyone, and Dyas was on my list. That's why I can't, didn't want 3 because that's where I would have gone with 3. I like that Doc Doherty brings a lot of action to the table. I mean, he is forward thinking. He's on top of things. He is raised quite a family, which leads me to believe he's a pretty strong person. However, my downside with him is I do think he has a little bit of an ego, and I'm always a little cautious of that. Then for Matt Garside, there is no question that he will make the right, hard, ethical decision if put under pressure. He clearly can deal with a lot, and he's very cool, calm, and collected. The downside kind of goes with that. He's a little too cool, calm, and collected. But I still find him extremely impressive. So I stand by the 2 of them.
Okay, thank you. Jason?
Yes, so I'll give my comments to Alex's point, pros and cons on each of the 3. I'll just go down in no particular order. With respect to Doc Doherty, I think you've got somebody who clearly has the experience. I'll go with the positives first, and then they're not criticisms or weaknesses. I think we had 5 great candidates, and they're all quite well qualified, and it's really just trying to find the best fit for Juno Beach. That's where I thought Doc Doherty's personality really seemed to come through. One of the things, the Golden Book, the ethical foundation, the sustainability plan, the strategic plan, it looked to me like he was showing that he wanted the job. He enjoys the job. He brings a certain vibrance with him and a certain personality. I know we heard from one of the residents that she found, a little bit of that was that in an effort to be funny, he might have been perceived as being disrespectful. I didn't, I think it's all a little subjective in that respect. I don't think that was his intent. It might have been perceived that way. And I certainly, I wasn't going to hold it against him, but it also could have shown just as a very minor potential lapse in the, judgment in the moment. I found him to be very, and let me back up 1 minute just from a general comment standpoint for the benefit of the folks that are here in person and by Zoom. And each of us as a council member had the benefit of not just what you saw and heard here in the span of 30 minutes or so, where each one of them got to stand at the lectern and answer questions and hear their responses. We each individually had I think it was 40 minutes this morning, one-on-one, asking questions, hearing about everything from their family, their experience, their resume, and armed with the material that our consultant provided us with, to distill that down and be able to ask real detailed questions, get those responses, get a real sense of their personality. I've got to say, one of the things that really stood out to me is how different some of those individuals were in the one-on-one interaction with, at least with me earlier today, compared to how they handle sort of the group setting and how they handle themselves there. Some, and I'll point it out in my comments further when I get to the individual. I'll get back to Dr. Doherty in just a moment. Some of them I thought excelled one-on-one, and some of them were not so impressive one-on-one, but did a much better job in the group setting. It's just different qualities, different personalities, and again, somewhat subjective as well. So, but just keep in mind that I think some of the perspective you're getting, and I think you've heard from Alex, and you'll hear from each of us, has probably more to do with those 40 minutes uninterrupted and one-on-one than it did with the interaction last night, or even the group session earlier today. And I think that just lends some additional perspective. So I just want to share with you, as I go through it, the positives and the negatives that I kind of got out of that personal session and how it compared with how they did in the general. So coming back to Dr. Doherty, I liked his approach. I showed that he wanted it. He wanted the job. I found him to be somewhat practical. He could be firm when he needed to be, but he was also open, affable, friendly, very professional and big picture. Very much stressed customer service and the level of communication with residents, with staff, with council members. Again, business-like and somewhat bottom line in his approach. I think he definitely emphasized that he would try to do what he could at a town manager level to steer towards shorter meetings where possible, and try to build towards consensus among varying factions. And he had an expectation that there is a standard of excellence in Juno Beach, and he wants to maintain that. And I thought that came across very strong. Again, not as a negative or not as a knock, but just as a concern. I thought he did much better one-on-one than he did in the general session. I thought that he seemed to express a little bit of concern for a few things that he was saying here, about how it might impact another potential job that he has, which I think is natural and human on his part. But if he was truly wanting the job in Juno Beach, I think you just say what you need to say, and you're not thinking about those things. I'm not on the positive. I like that he's got some local experience with Lake Park, and his kids were born here, and he's got some attachment to our local community, and he's certainly familiar with Palm Beach County and northern Palm Beach County. But that experience comes in Lake Park, which I don't think, at least I don't want to knock anybody, but I don't know that there's a lot going on in Lake Park that's going to translate to Juno Beach. And having had 2 stints there, not really swaying me, that when I look and I say this is not somebody who's he's coming from outside of Florida, while he does have some Florida-based experience, and he does have some coastal town experience in a Florida municipality. Not exactly what would have been my first choice for that resume. Then some of the answers just in the general session, a little bit, a little bit of a talker and a little bit rambling. But, overall, definitely one of my top 2 choices. Matt Garside, I think I I liked him a lot. I find, you know, that, and it's similar experience to, some comments that I heard about people from Maine and not just the Northeast. I'm not talking about the New York, New Jersey, but as you get into New England, to call him stoic, I think would have been an understatement. I thought he, on the positive side, he was steady. He was even keeled. He's a calm personality. All positives. And standing up to the lectern and talking about his military experience and things like that. Let me start by saying, probably on paper, the most impressive resume that you could see, both his education, the military experience. Very, very impressive. That said, on a in personal interaction, he seemed to do very well in the group setting, and I think he started off talking about, in response to Alex's question, talking about his military background. I think that really put him in a very positive light. I will say in my one-on-one interaction with him, while he's clearly intelligent, clearly, very good, he can answer the question, succinct, stoic. I wonder whether or not our residents, by and large, they're used to a personality that's very open, very affable, very friendly. You got a little bit of what strikes me as a potential fish out of water there in terms of just that personality. Could he adapt? Could he be more of what I saw in the general session and maybe less of what my personal interaction with him? It's possible. I thought he had some good examples of communication with the public. I thought he's also got experience, and he's accustomed to dealing with a senior population as well as a seasonal influx of population. But he also no experience with Florida, no experience with a coastal municipality, and there was at least some concern on my part that it might be almost like a pre-retirement type move for him as he's sort of phasing into the last portion of his career. And I also did a search online. A lot of his the meetings and interactions, he's got an assistant town manager that seems to take a very active role in a lot of the day-to-day. That may be by design. It may just be those particular meetings that I observed. But I did see that he also has a lot of applications pending in a lot of other municipalities. I don't know what their status is. And he did at one point pull out of the running and wasn't going to interview, and then he came back. I do question a little bit of that, commitment, and that, along with a little bit of a dry, very business-like personality. We had, it'll bring me to the next candidate, who mentioned the word fun a couple of times. I don't know that, Mr. Garside seems rock solid on the resume and has a lot of other positive qualities. I don't think fun was in the vocabulary there, but I don't know that I hold that against him. Dave Dyas and Stuart, I see you've got somebody with local Florida experience. You've got somebody with a coastal municipality background and experience. He seemed to have some personality. As I mentioned, he just the reference to working with the staff and wanting it to be a enjoyable job for the staff, but also, the commitment to community events and wanting residents to also enjoy themselves and have fun. I thought that was that translated well for Juno Beach. I thought from a personality standpoint, he had a steady, calm demeanor. He certainly used to dealing with a larger budget. There'd be some transition and issues that obviously he's accustomed to dealing with in Stewart that would be different. But the fact that, just as an outsider and looking, it's not to say Stewart doesn't have its own unique challenges, but it does, by and large, people are still gravitating in that direction. They like it because it still has small town charm, and they're dealing with some of the same push and pull that we're dealing with. That causes traffic. It causes some other concerns. But he had an emphasis on community involvement, welcoming, respecting everybody's opinion, everybody's input. Also not big on fluff, seemed very practical, somewhat budget minded. I think that would be a good fit as well. And the culture with the staff, also very positive. In terms of concerns, the pending lawsuit, I'd want to know a little bit more about that. I'd probably have a few questions, but I think overall it sounds like something where he might have a deposition, he might have some prep for the deposition, and absent some, real material personal involvement in it, I'm not overly, it's a concern. I'm glad Lou brought it up for us to at least ask questions or follow up, but it's not at least my initial, unless he's personally named and again, materially involved, and it doesn't sound like it's that kind of an issue. Other than that, it would just be, is he stepping back from a larger challenge? And it doesn't sound like that's really what's going on there. He's got a transition issue that's not altogether unfamiliar to us, with the circumstances with drop. He could wait a year to look and probably have a little more pressure on him at that point. He's starting out a little earlier and being proactive. I think those are positive qualities. But I think that explains. I thought Matt Garside was, if I would have checked 3, he probably would have been the number 3, but I went with Doc Doherty and I went with Dave Dyas. And those were my top 2 based on the comments.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jason. That was very thorough. And we have great candidates. You have to say we had terrific candidates, and I don't know if we would ever get that again if we had to go look for a town manager, but maybe so, because we live in Juno Beach. But Jason's right. We've engaged all of the candidates for 40 minutes and had some in-depth conversations. So we did get to know them a lot better. And there's things that we saw, things that we noticed, qualities that we, definitely took notice of, and, maybe some concerns, some positive qualities that we have also. Most of them can manage our town. I would say any one of them could step in and manage our town. I don't think that's the question. The question is, is this individual that we're going to bring in as a town manager, are we going to have the communication that we want? Communication with staff, communication with council, being a town manager that will lead us into the future, and be dedicated to our town. I think that was extremely important to me. And as I go through this, I did ask that question in the meetings. I asked them, had they applied to other municipalities, and how far reaching was that? And to me, I wanted somebody that wanted to be in Juno Beach, somebody that looked at Juno Beach as this gem that we all do and wanted to be our town manager for that reason. So I'm going to go into Matt Garside a little bit first. I have to agree with the energy level. I'm a little concerned about that. We've got Joe jumping up and down all over the place and, kind of pulling in chairs and everything. And, are we looking for someone that's a little bit more energetic, perhaps, and he's totally qualified, as of all of these gentlemen are. How long will he stay? That was a concern for me. Is this someone that's looking at a shorter term? I know that his family is not living here right now. And, that concerned me. I know that he did pull out as a candidate, and, he was in negotiations with his town at the time. So he pulled out and then he wanted to come back in. So that was a little bit of a concern for me, because to do that means, are you looking for, better salary? Are you looking for something you don't have? Are you dedicated to Juno Beach? So I questioned that just a little bit with him. He did apply to Bay Harbor. He applied to Alamorada. And so, he was my third choice also. Doc, we'll call him Doc, right? He wants to be called Doc. We all probably enjoyed talking with him because he was very animated. You know, that smile was always there. He always gave us that smile. I definitely would be more aggressive as a town manager, just from, I think, his style. He didn't stop talking when he was in the room. I was looking at that going, is this somebody that's going to be more of a reactionary? Is he going to listen? What kind of skills does he have from that perspective? And so, when I look at an individual, I like to see a good listener. You have to come up with solutions and you have to be a good town manager, but I want a good listener as well. And he's very good at public marketing. We got these pamphlets, and that would be wonderful for our town. And that's something that we would love to engage somebody to do. So that was a very positive thing. But we definitely want a good listener, and will staff be able to interact well with him? Would he be a good blend with our community as well? David Dyas, he was one of my picks. I think that local and having that understanding of Florida, the understanding of the coast. He is from a larger community, which, he's done a good job up there. He gets accolades for what he's done in Stewart. I think he is a thinker. He's not a reactionary. That's important to me. You have to have good listeners, as I've said, somebody that's going to listen to our community and, then speak. He has a very positive base, in my opinion, level-headed. This is one thing that he said to me, is this is my second career. He's looking at going somewhere to make it a career, not to just leave. And I feel finding somebody local is going to give us more of that stability with the town manager, and not having someone get up and maybe walk out the door because they want to leave in 5 years. And I know that Doc has had quite a few jobs. So that worried me a little bit about that versus Dyas. I think, let me see what else I had down here. He was in the drop program. Jason, you mentioned something about why he would be coming here. So he was in the same drop program as Joe is. So that's why he's looking at a new job outside of Stewart. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine?
So a lot of my thoughts have already been expressed by my fellow council members. But to reiterate, that Doc has an infectious energy, and he's strong, he's confident, organized, detail oriented, and had the most prepared resume and presentation to us. So, and he's definitely hands-on. So I did like that. And I also like that he was here in Florida. He has a connection to South Florida. So that's that. As far as Matt Garside, I love where he said Juno Beach is not somewhere we want to go. It's where we want to be. He's calm. He's confident. Again, nothing Alex didn't already say. He's someone I could see leading us with a strong fist and a warm smile. And then I have to say, and I should have started with this, and I apologize, I want to thank all the candidates because they are all qualified in their own right. I would be honored to work with any of them. And this was a very difficult decision. But so, as far as Mr. Dyas goes, because he is a third choice on here. Again, I have no reservations about him. He's what did I say about him? Again, the credentials are there, the experience is there. He has 2 years left in his job, so he's looking for the right fit for him to move. I honor that he's looking ahead and trying to get into somewhere that's the right fit for him. And this came about, so it's time. He's stable, he's calm, he's not a micromanager. So again, honored to work with any of them.
Thank you. So I appreciate hearing my fellow council members' synopses of each of the candidates. They are obviously all experienced, so I'm not going to reiterate too much of their experience. So I voted for Mr. Dyas and Mr. Garside. So what I'll do is I'll just start with some observations about Doc. I did feel that he was more of a talker than a listener. My concern was that he might overpower staff, while his involvement and writing the materials and everything like that I appreciated him being proactive. My concern was, would he be able to delegate without micromanaging or making staff feel that they didn't count in some way because he felt he could do the job better? And of course, that would be a dynamic that would need to be worked out, but he does have that strong presence, which is on one hand, it's attractive and proactive, but I just didn't want our staff to be overshadowed or feel that they're competing with the manager in some way, because he does do so much and he is so capable. He could easily probably jump into a lot of those positions. So would he lead without squashing anybody? That was my main concern. My thoughts on Mr. Dyas. Obviously, he has the local coastal knowledge. I mean, Stewart is a big city and it's a successful city. I mean, it has its ups and downs like any city does, but it's well managed. And I think his skill is a testament to that. So, I think people speak highly of Stewart and the downtown area they've created and keeping that small town charm while having to control a lot of growth and regentrification and redevelopment there, which is huge. I like that he had some knowledge of the undergrounding of the power lines. He's worked with the TPA and some of the local agencies. So I felt that he could jump right in without any real learning curve. And he has youth on his side, I think. We're looking for somebody who'll stay for a while. He's got a young family. So this would be a logical transition for him to come here and hopefully stay for some years rather than using it as a last stop to retirement and just put in 5 or 6 years. About the lawsuit, I don't know enough about it with the fire department foam and whatever chemical issue that is. If he needed to take time off to address a subpoena or something, that's fine. It doesn't sound like he's involved in it, obviously, or Colin and Linnell would have brought that to our attention. So I'm not so concerned. He might need time as if it were jury duty, and we would give him that time without penalizing him for that. Mr. Garside, I experienced the same personality perceptions that the rest of you did. He's quiet and reserved, and he is a good listener. He was definitely more animated here. He's incredibly knowledgeable, experienced, all the good things that we would want. I wrote down his quote because I thought this was great. You can't be learning the ropes when things go bad. And that is the kind of leader ultimately we want, somebody who, whether it's a hurricane coming in or issues coming in, somebody who's going to stay calm and make sound decisions and not get flustered. Certainly having a tanker or a military ship covered in the nuclear waste is critical. And if you can handle that, you can certainly handle us. So I like those 3 gentlemen very much. And they have, like these pros and cons. I'm flexible. I don't want a stalemate. I don't know if I'm monkey in the middle again, as usual, or if anybody wants to flex their vote. I respect our citizens' input very much. I know they were all leaning toward Mr. Garside, and they saw all the good points that he could bring to the table. Does he have the personality to interact with our staff in the right way? I think so. He talked about public workshops and public committees and bringing citizens and stakeholders in, which I thought was great, that kind of interaction. I'm not sure where to go from here. So
Colin is going to have us vote between Dyas and Garfield, right?
Yes.
Garside.
You've got another ballot, or you will in one moment.
Yes, right here.
if you could just vote either for Dyas or for Garside. Just one vote. You can cross the others off if you like. We'll collect them and we'll tally them up, see what happens.
Are we going to take another 15-minute break?
Might be getting that pizza after all.
We have a 10 o'clock end time.
Council member Cook voted for Matt Garside. Everybody else voted for David Dyas. Unless I am misreading ballots. So we are now at the point where if you want to have more discussion, you can, or we can proceed to a third ballot.
What are the numbers? What's the tally at this point?
Tally is 4-1 for Mr. Dyas.
So, but now we have, so does that mean we have 4 for Mr. Dias and 4 for Doc as well? So now we,
Well.
Oh, you've never.
That was just a, but now what we need to do is have a third ballot,
between,
Dyas and Doc.
okay.
Just
Unless you want to, right, have more
two,
discussion.
two quick comments just for the council's consideration. I think between those two, as I mentioned, I like both of them for a lot of different reasons. I thought, in my view, Dyas, I like the law enforcement background as well. I don't know if I mentioned that before. But I also think that his local knowledge would provide the smoothest transition. Not that Doc, having, again, his connection to Palm Beach County and Lake Park is not a negative, but that was my personal view. I would also throw out, just for and not to take us off track, but from a stability standpoint, because that is something that was mentioned. Would we also want to make a recommendation? I think you still leave it to the town, whatever would be that new town manager's discretion. But would we as a council strongly want to suggest that there be an assistant town manager, and my thought on that would be you take somebody like a Frank Davila that's got potential that you could send for leadership training and try to develop him over the next several years. He's probably 5 to 7 years away from being a potential town manager, but we have an internal person who's got talent, who's a good quality employee. And while there's a lot of variables, it may not work out. It could provide some stability over the transition period.
I think that's something that perhaps we can talk about at a council meeting and move forward with that and see, talk to Joe a little bit about his responsibilities and duties and what everyone thinks, and if it's something we want to proceed forward with.
I don't have any additional comments. I think we've covered it all.
Okay, would you like to do another ballot? I'm getting good at this, I'll bet.
This is it.
The big one.
Now we need the drum roll, you guys.
Big reveal.
It's none of us know. Except for Colin. Colin knows. Colin knows.
Gonna be closer than last.
Oh, Lord. Is it me? Am I holding everyone out?
Guess so.
I honestly. Already, no, it's already.
Under the gun here, we didn't talk about.
No, there's nothing, I mean, they're just, like I said, everyone has been wonderful. They're just two extremely different personalities.
Do them, check your names. So. They're the same person. Right? So one's Dee Dee, one's Peggy. So just, it doesn't matter
Sorry, guys.
how, how from this one. Yeah, that would be how they, yeah, those are the same. I was just looking. I couldn't help it, I was helping.
Okay, well, here's the answer. It is 3-2. Gonna double check this and make sure I did this right. Okay, I'll do that. 3-2 for David Dyas. And let's see. Councilmember Cook voted for Doc Doherty. The vice mayor voted for Doc Doherty. Mayor voted for David Dyas. Councilmember Hasselcorn voted for David Dyas. And Councilmember Wheeler voted for David Dyas. So 3-2. So the next step is normally what we like to recommend at this point, and I think I brought it up earlier, is that we make a motion for unanimous support for the incoming manager. I mean, even though he didn't get everybody's vote, that you all will support him and try and make him a success. And then we'll, assuming that passes, hopefully unanimously, we will need to talk about contract or how we do that.
At the February 22nd meeting, which of these, what do you need from us at the next meeting? Or you mean now?
Well, could we do the motion for unanimous consent first?
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion for with unanimous selection of David Dyas for town manager?
I'll make a motion to move forward with unanimous consent for David Dyas and
Yes.
moving forward with contract negotiations with him and selecting a team to do that, right? Because I think we're going to select.
We
a
could talk
group.
about that after.
We could talk, yeah, you could talk about it after.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. With none opposed?
Congratulations, David.
Okay,
I guess the next,
what do we need?
Well,
to-
we can talk about the next step. Colin, you want to take it? You want me to take it?
it doesn't matter to me. I mean, I can do it if you can do it.
Uh,
Go
thank
ahead,
you.
Joe.
Thank you. What I would recommend is obviously I contact him, but Len would be the lead negotiator and bring him back he works for you. Obviously, he's done 100 of these things or so. I'd help him in any manner he would like, but I would recommend that we have Len be the lead negotiator in the contract.
Okay. Now, as far as job duties, if we want to change the duties of the manager or update that document, at what point would council be able to discuss the duties of the role?
You can't change. It's in the charter.
Well, yeah,
It's in the charter,
well, the charter has certain duties, yes.
but
There is a job description.
There's
too.
a
so,
job
I
description.
mean, so maybe that's it then, the job description, if we wanted to add. Because as we looked at those job descriptions that we received, there were some things in there that I don't know, that comparing ours, that I thought we could use some enhancement or clarification of the duties.
Right, and I'm going to put that on the next agenda,
okay.
you know, so that we can review that, because I know we
I-
did get all that, and I think that's a good idea to
I-
do that sooner than later, and just look to see if there's anything else. I mean,
That-
maybe there's
that's-
something, but Joe, you're shaking your head no.
Yeah, I would prefer you hire the person first, and then you can change his job description later. It doesn't, it's.
Right,
I'm
because
just thinking of changing the entire job description. We're just looking at things that perhaps could be, and we can discuss it. We don't need to make those changes until he's.
I'm just telling you how I think this works. I think.
yeah, I mean, you have an established job description. If there's other things that you want the new manager to do, that's up to the council.
Does
You
that
can-
go into the contract or does that go into the description?
it
The
would more
contract is
like-
really
the
just the
contract
terms.
is just the terms of his employment, compensation.
doesn't go in the-
salary, termination, all that kind of stuff.
I think, Dee Dee, from our perspective, it's just finessing the document,
Right,
not
it-
really changing, you know, making.
No, we're
major
not going to say he has
changes.
to clean the lake. I'm
Right.
just saying, you know,
You can't.
I would,
there's,
I think Joe's right. You go through this process, then as he's coming on, if there's things you want to tweak, that's fine.
and it has nothing to do with his qualifications. It just had to
Understood.
do with the documentation of our town and what we're
Understood.
putting into the public realm, I think. It not to do with him at all.
So.
We just need
should
a,
wait
we,
until.
we just need a consensus
Yeah,
on.
Consensus to proceed with the contract or a motion.
Proceed with the
Let-
contract. Yeah.
Yes.
May.
Is he going, he's going to be negotiating with you. So we've got a base contract from Joe, or do you start, you know, do you ask, how do you proceed?
We
with that?
generally start with the base I mean, there's not that, as I said, there's not that many variables. Most of them are, there's limits to what you can do as far as termination and how much severance you can pay. And there's, it comes down to salary and other benefits.
Term and salary is the big one.
So you'll negotiate obviously within the limit the range that we've set.
Yes, ma'am.
And what about how does the car fit into it? The phones? Is this something you just wait for them to?
This is something we
discuss it
generally
versus-
negotiate. We'll start as a baseline. I just did one for North Palm. They're going to approve it tomorrow. So, I mean, I know what they're doing. I know what Joe did. I've negotiated too many manager contracts. I wish there weren't, not here, but I wish there weren't so many.
Just need a consensus.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Well, then
Thank
that's
you.
what we'll do.
We
Thank
have
you.
a consensus.
Oh.
I'd like to thank Colin. Thank you, Colin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you for your guidance during this process and for keeping us informed every step of the way. And Linnell as well. She was extremely informative and
And Matthew.
So she's been good to work with.
Exactly. Exactly.
Signed by the town.
adjourned.